And they were like, no, Giri, you know it's heat activated, right? And I was like, yeah, by shaking it. What? Where are we not on the same page here? And then they were like, no, Giri, you're supposed to just leave it in a warm place, or the best way to like develop the film is to hold it in your hand, like cup it, so that like the warmth will like bleed through to the Polaroid, and then the picture will come out better. And I was like, oh, so you don't shake it? And then they're like, yeah, some guy just started shaking it randomly, and then they just thought that was like the golden rule. You know who shaked the first Polaroid ever? No, who? Was it a guy named Polaroid? I bet it was Michael Polaroid. Fuck that guy. He gave us the raw manual. That's why for the longest time I thought it was to shake. It just feels bad not shaking it. So now I know you don't need to shake it. If anything, you just kind of cup it like this. But it just feels like it's not right. It's like you wake up one day and then you put your socks on in the wrong order and the whole day is kind of off and you just kind of feel like not right. Is if I don't shake it at least once or twice just to, you know, get the juju going, I feel like the Polaroid is not going to turn out well. You know? And now chat, you know who shaked the first Polaroid ever? Oh. It was someone on TV when they did the Polaroid photo, like the Kodak, and then you take it out and like you shake it. It wasn't me. I learned it from somebody. I'm not the one that started it. I learned it from somebody. Yeah, I had TV. I only had 3 channels. I'd have to physically walk up and turn the dial and shit like that and spank the antenna. But I still had a TV, okay? Was it Outcast? Shut up. Shake, shake, shake. Yeah, actually, yeah, Outcast really propagated the whole image of shaking Polaroids too. Shake, 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 shake it like a Polaroid picture. Shake, shake, you know? I think it's their fault. They were selling us on a lie, and they should have done better. Yeah. Different song. Black and white. No, it was like, it had a brown. It wasn't black and white. It wasn't full black and white. I've never actually had a black and white TV before, but it didn't have like the full range of colors. So a lot of the colors I remember seeing on the TV, although I was like 3 at the time, I don't have a vivid memory of what exactly the image on the TV looked like, but I'm pretty sure it was like shades of brown, not black and white. It had like browns and reds and some other like colors along those lines. We were shaking Polaroids in the 80s. Outcast had nothing to do with it. Well, I don't know anything about the 80s, 90s, 2000s because I'm 21 3/4. So you got me there. You got me there. I don't actually know what that means. But I know better now. I know better. So I will still shake it. You cannot catch me not shaking it. I will shake it. But I will start, like, I shake it once or twice just out of like obligation. And then I will like kind of like hold it like this to help the film develop a little bit better. Yeah. What is squirrel fish? Ooh, okay. We're making Shanghainese. We're actually making a lot of shit today, because you know, when is it not a day where I don't become overly zealous and overestimate my capabilities and overestimate the amount of hours that we have in the evening to do all this shit, okay? So we have 4 actual dishes that are all pretty involved. I wouldn't say they're all super, super difficult, but they do take time. Different things will take different times. We're making Shengjian bao. You cannot make Shanghai dim sum without making Shengjian bao, which is basically like a xiaolong bao, but like thicker in dough and pan fried, so it's crispy, like the ones that we see in Chinatown. Those are like a very quintessential Shanghainese dim sum type of a dish. I never made Shengjian bao before, so I kind of wanted to try Shengjian bao because that one, the dough, we need to make it. We have to let it rise, and then we have to make the stuff and everything like that. Squirrel fish. So squirrel fish, I didn't know it was actually a Shanghai dish. I've had it in Chinese restaurants back in Toronto, and I just thought it was like a fun, funky little dish thing. I didn't realize it was Shanghainese. What it is, it's basically like a white filleted fish. You can use bass, you can do anything that's like a white filleted, fleshed fish. You cut it into like a crosshatch little nugget shape thing, so you're like, you don't pierce the skin, so if everything stays together on the skin, but you cut it in a crosshatch and then you fry it, so it looks like a squirrel tail, question mark. I guess back in the day it looked like a squirrel tail. And then you have this like ketchup sweet and sour sauce ladled over it. I haven't had it in years though, in years. It's usually a restaurant dish because it requires a lot of like filleting and frying, and it's kind of messy work. So it's usually something that you would eat at a restaurant and not really something you would make at home. But I haven't had it in a very, very long time. So I thought we would try making squirrel fish. We're gonna be filleting a fish and everything. And it should kind of come out looking very pretty. You fry the head and fry the tail as well to kind of complete the whole fish look. If you can, you don't have to, but you can. And that's usually how it's like served up at a restaurant, like whole fish style, but fully fried with like a bright red sweet and sour sauce. We're gonna make the Shanghai butter mochi. That one's not too difficult, but it'll take time to bake and everything. And we're also gonna be making a stuffed chicken wing. Now that I'm saying it, I feel like maybe we don't need to make the stuffed chicken wing, and we can just make we can probably make the squirrel fish, the Shengjian bao, and the butter mochi, and the stuffed chicken wing. We can make it if there's extra time. We don't have to make the. Should I make it? Should I make it? We're gonna have to debone a lot of chicken wings. Stuffed chicken wings. Yeah, we're gonna debone chicken wings. I think there's 8 of them. 8 wings with a debone. So basically keep the meat intact, only take the bone out. And then we're going to stuff it with a stir-fried glutinous rice mixture. And then you bake it. Is that? And completely unrelated, but I want to make sourdough. I don't have a sourdough starter, so we're gonna be doing a not sourdough loaf. We're just gonna be using yeast because I'm kind of still riding that high of the pizza that we made yesterday, and the dough itself turned out really, really well. And I'm like, you know what? I can run with this, and I can, obviously the recipe would be different, but I think I can make a not sourdough. And then I'll bake it off next week so it can like bulk ferment in the fridge, and it takes time to actually like, you know, be ready to actually bake. It's a very long process for the actual bread to become bread, like the dough to become bread. It's not a today thing. So I wanted to get started on the dough today and do like the stretch and fold, the coil fold, maybe the inclusions if there's time or whatever, and then let it bulk ferment in the fridge for like 4 days, you know? So I'm like, there's a lot of things that I want to do.
Yeah,
but I feel like I'm fighting on more than I can chew again.
Make sure you restart the stream tomorrow when it's time for bikies, or else it will be a 24-hour stream, okay?
No, I'm not going to be making a sourdough from scratch until completion. I just want to get the sourdough started because that by itself takes about 3 hours because you're supposed to do like mix it, and then the stretch and fold is every 30 minutes. The coil fold is every 30 minutes. So by the time this whole process is said and done, it's 3 hours. Right, you mix it, you let it wait for an hour. You do 4 folds in total. Every fold you wait 30 minutes. That's already 2 hours on top of the one that was resting time earlier. So it's like a 3 to 4 hour process. So I was like, I kind of want to see if I can do it, and then I can bake it off on the weekend, or I can bake it off on the Monday or something. I want to see if I can do it without having an actual sourdough starter, because I'm not as interested in doing a sourdough starter. That shit scares me. But with yeast, I think I can do it. I think I have enough basic bread knowledge that I think I can make the bread without an actual like tried and true recipe. I have watched my whole TikTok for you page right now is sourdough. Okay, it's working out, it's eating low carb, low fat, and high protein meals, Japan travel, and sourdough. Okay, those are the only 4 things that you're gonna see on my For You page right now. Okay, it's actually so fucking boring. I want to see more fun things, but all I see is just cooking, weight loss, gym exercises, Japan, and sourdough. Okay, so I think I've watched enough sourdough recipes to understand the gist and the science behind making the loaf itself outside of the actual starter, because we're gonna exclude the whole starter thing. The starter thing is a whole other bag of worms that I do not want to tackle. And also I don't eat bread often enough to make it worth it. So I think yeast is good. It'll just ferment slowly in the fridge. which is also fine to develop that, like the sourdough flavor and stuff like that, you know? So I think it'll be, but am I biting off more than, that's why I was like, we can maybe keep the stuffed wings as like a, oh, if there's way extra time, we can do that, you know? But we don't have to, you know? This is so damn ambitious. Yeah. Shengjian bao. Sorry, the squirrel fish. I can't imagine it to take that long, unless it takes me 4 hours to fillet a fish. I don't know how to fillet a fish comfortably, but I think I can do it within like 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Like, how hard can it be? And then you just fry it. Like, it's actually very simple. Like, the sauce comes together very simply. I really don't think it'll be like a longer than 1 hour dish, including yapping. If I don't yap and I make this off stream,
so
30 minutes
going to
flat.
Make,
done,
nurture
easy.
And mature a sourdough starter for 30 years for one stream?
No.
So lazy, SMH.
I don't make enough like dough products or bread products to make the sourdough worth it. I'm gonna make one sourdough and then I'm gonna have to freeze it and put it into like a cryo chamber. I'm like, oh, sleep, my child. You're gonna come back another 10 years when I'm ready to make dough again. You know, like I feel like just using yeast is fine. I feel like for my eating habits and also the whole like low carb thing, I think it's fine to just use yeast and not commit to a whole sourdough starter. I was just watching so much sourdough bread that I'm like, I kind of want to have some on hand that I can eat. Also, I made it myself, so it's like a little bit healthier, I guess. Like, you should still eat carbs throughout the day, so maybe like a little bread slice is like a nice little snack, you know? And I want to do inclusions. I want to do laoganma chili oil crisp with cheddar, with hot peppers, like Thai chilies, and I want to add a little bit of leek in there too. Like, I don't want a regular loaf. My first loaf is going to be so ambitious. I'm going to fail so dramatically, and then I'm going to cry and then never make sourdough ever again. And this is how you enter a hobby without fully entering a hobby. I nerf myself by trying to do the best that I can do with the fanciest thing that I can do that sounds delicious to me, fail spectacularly, give up and cry, and never do it ever again. Then I don't have to worry about it again, you know? Reach for the stars. The thing is, if it does turn out well, I'm gonna wanna, we're gonna have to go back to like COVID lockdown where everyone has like a sourdough starter and have to make their own sourdough loaves, you know? I don't want that to be me. I don't want my life to be surrounded by sourdough. I just want to have the knowledge. So if I were to want to make a sourdough loaf or a focaccia or a pizza dough, I have that knowledge at my fingertips. But if I succeed, i.e. yesterday with that pizza dough, and now that's why we're here making sourdough loaf today. If I succeed, I'm gonna wanna do more. I can't eat that much bread. Gochujang with roasted garlic and fresh. Dude, that sounds so delicious. I saw one today where instead of water, they used like basically like a clear, strained French onion soup. And I was like, dude, what if I did a French onion soup inclusion sourdough loaf with like slow roasted caramelized onion and Gruyere cheese, and then just kind of like fold it into the dough itself, and it has like that beef broth based umami in the actual fibers of the bread, because instead of using water, we're using oh, I have so many inclusion flavors I want to try. I never made a dough in my life. I never made a sourdough in my life. That's why I'm like, partially I want to fail, so I just squash all of my dreams, you know, so I don't have to become possessed by the spirit of a sourdough loaf, because then I'm going to want to try so many flavors. I'm going to want to try so many things. And my life is just going to be bread. Again, I already had a bread moment for like Cantonese bakery bread. I don't want that to happen again. I don't want that to happen again. I don't want a big bread again. But I do love baking. Dude, I saw a focaccia thing where it was a cinnamon drizzle with like
So she's
with
very
like
ambitious today.
the
Oh
cream
boy,
cheese
knowing you
frosting
every
and
time
everything
would
like
be
that. So instead
multiplied
of a
by
cinnamon
3.
roll, it's
So
like
20
a
minutes would
buttery.
be 1
Let me
hour.
finish.
Your
It's like a
yapping
buttery
session would also be
cinnamony
multiplied by 3,
like
so
a
3
sugar
hours of yapping
slurry
like
that you
now.
can like dimple
Not
into
to
the
mention we will
focaccia,
make you
and then it's
dance
like
for
the
30
fresh
minutes today
cinnamon,
to up
and
the
then you get
RV
the
sub
sugar.
goal
Oh, it
XDX.
looks so good. It looks so good, and I'm like, I never succeeded in making a focaccia either, but I also never tried making a 72-hour sourdough proofing loaf thing. So I think that maybe that's where I went wrong. I watched a lot of focaccia recipes as well to see if I can rectify myself and why I failed the first 2 times. I don't know why I failed, but I was looking at a few other focaccia recipes and they were talking about technique, and I'm like, okay, maybe there's definitely somewhere where I can like change things up so I can be better. But yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that to happen again. I don't want to be obsessed about bread again. I already had my moment with bread. I do love baking though, guys. The passion for my original hobby, which was baking, is like it's I can feel the fire kindling. It's not like a full on like campfire yet. But I can feel the kindle, like the little bits, not the embers, the little fire starter, little lint things, kind of like catching fire, making little sparks here and there. And I want to squash it, but I also want to try doing it. Do a bread month, but the only downside to this kind of bread, especially if I'm not using, well, whether you do a sourdough starter or not, especially with yeast, but even with sourdough, a lot of these like loaves, you need to bulk ferment for days to get the best flavor. You don't have to, but it would be nice to. But with yeast, I would say you definitely should, to let the yeast kind of develop and have that sourdough become the taste of sourdough. I wouldn't want to bake it off like on the day of. So I really have to plan ahead. I can't just be like, yo, you want bread? Don't worry, I got you, and start making bread now. It's gotta be like, yo, you want bread 3 days from now? Okay, I got you, I'll make it now. But no one knows if they want bread 3 days from now, you know? But yeah. Oh, sorry, I totally missed the TTS. So she is very ambitious today. Oh boy, knowing you every time would be multiplied by 3. So 20 minutes would be an hour. Your yapping session would also be multiplied by 3. So 3 hours of yapping like now. Not to mention, we will make you dance for 30 minutes today up to the RV sub goal. Wait, no. You wouldn't. Guys, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. Time is of the essence, chat. Actually, maybe it's a good thing that I started stream 20 minutes early. It's really gonna give me another extra 3 hours today to make all of this stuff. Okay, I even wore the suit where I can take the gloves off so that I can actually handle the dough with my bare hands. I feel like the latex might interfere with the dough a little bit and might make it a little bit like extra sticky or hard to work with. I really want to be able to use my bare hands to, oh, 10 gifted. Kat, thank you for the 10. What the heck? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. RV stream. I think Shadow's asking today about the RV stream. I'm like, bro, you were the one that set the sub goal. Why is he acting like he's never seen this RV stream goal in his life? I saw the chat going like, oh, Geary, Shadow's asking about the RV stream, if we're having an RV stream. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? We've had this conversation like for 2 weeks. He was the one that set the specific goal. And this guy is like, are we doing an RV stream? Someone asked Geary. I don't know. What RV stream? This guy's about to fuck. My hair's about. CDA Sama, thank you so much for the 10 as well. Thank you, I appreciate. Okay, I gotta. Before more subs potentially come in, I gotta start doing shit. I gotta put things together. It's time. Time is of the essence today, okay? It's a race against time. Ideally, I would like to do all 5 things. Ideally, but we'll see how that goes. Liam, thank you for the 33 months on Prime.
So
thank
you
you.
are
I
saying
appreciate
your
that as
bread
well.
habits from the past are rising to consume you, and the yeast you can do is try and resist your gluttony.
Did you AI that? Be honest. Be honest. Did you ChatGPT that? Did you go like ChatGPT? Give me a clever phrase that consists of at least 3 bread puns. Be honest. Did you? That was a little too good. That was a little too clever. Did you ChatGPT that? Made that up myself? I just got dad jokes? That was a little too good. I don't believe. That was a little too clever. A little too clever. All right. In any case, just in case we do actually make the chicken wings, I need to steam glutinous rice, which will take a while. So I think the first thing that we're going to do, because I am pretty set on at least getting the sourdough started today. That was non-negotiable. The chicken wing was negotiable, but starting my sourdough loaf is not negotiable. I already ordered from Amazon my Banneton. It's gonna come tomorrow. Today, I went to get like good quality bread flour. I have the super, what is it called? The Super King. It's supposed to be a very, very high gluten flour. I still have a little bit of the pizza dough flour that I was told to use from my friend who gave me their recipe. I have a little bit left over of that, so I wanted to finish it off. I even got whole wheat bread flour for health, so I was gonna do like a little mishmash of like both, because I don't know exactly how it'll react with full whole wheat, so I was gonna do half-half. I'm set. Like I was really putting my heart on at least trying and attempting to make this like no sourdough starter sourdough loaf. That was non-negotiable, but we can do the loaf and we can also steam our glutinous rice for the stuffed chicken wings. I actually love eating stuffed chicken wings, but it's also very much a restaurant dish because at home it's really hard to do it. It takes so much time to like debone the chicken wing one by one. You have to saute and steam your glutinous rice and all that stuff. It's a whole thing. If your parents make that for you, they fucking love you, okay? If they don't make it for you, that's actually average. They don't hate you or anything, but it's just an average response. So we're gonna get some Wawa. I even got, oh, sorry, my bad. Let me get one more thing from the bottom here. I even went to Muji today and I finally bought this like steamer thingy, the silicone steamer cloth, so to speak. It's made out of silicone though. Every time we do steaming things for shumai, for xiaolongbao, all the stuff that we made on stream, I usually use parchment paper and I cut little holes manually and as like the steamer, right? But for rice, it'll drop right through the holes. So you really need something that's more like fine mesh. So a tea cloth works great as well, like a cheesecloth, that works amazing. This works really, really good as well. So I finally got one so I can steam my glutinous rice instead of making it in the rice cooker like a noob. I don't have to. Also, you can do rice cooker if you've already measured out your glutinous rice. I actually didn't because I forgot. I was soaking it last night and I was like eyeballing it. I'm like, that's about right. And I totally forgot that you kind of need to know how many parts rice you're using so you know how much parts water you need. So I kind of fucked that up. So we can only rely on steaming basically. Steaming is actually preferred because it's a lot more uniform in cooking. Also, you don't have to worry about how much water you're using, how many cups of rice did you input, you know, all that stuff. Those things don't really matter when you're steaming it. It just takes a little bit longer, like 30 minutes or so. I was soaking my glutinous rice last night. I also soaked it with the dried shiitake mushrooms that I plan on using today for the fried rice, the glutinous fried rice. I just figure that the flavor, just all in one bowl. Also, maybe the flavor of the shiitake will infuse into the rice a little bit. I never tried this technique. I don't actually know if it works or not, but in my head, it sounds like it's a good idea. So now the rice will have a bit of that umami shiitake flavor. We're gonna strain the water out and everything, but I feel like maybe it'll absorb some of the taste. So because that gives it that like meaty, full-bodied taste. I hope it does, because I thought I was a mad genius. But if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Interesting idea. Yeah, I was like, it sounds like it could work, but I haven't really tried it before. At first, I just kind of wanted to save like a cooking vessel so I don't have to use so many bowls and wash it later. But I was like, wait a minute. You know, my noodle was churning. I was like, wait a minute. What if it infuses with the flavor? I can smell the shiitake a little bit. If it does work, I'm a fucking genius. Okay, I already turned the fire on, but I don't know if you should put it on when the water is already boiling, or it doesn't really matter, but I won't think too deeply on it. I'll just place it in. If you want to make sure your glutinous rice steams evenly, there was a trick that I saw where you put a little shot glass in the middle of the steamer basket, and then you kind of like lay your rice around the shot glass. The reason being, kind of like a chiffon cake, the steam will kind of go up the sides and the edges, so it'll kind of steam everything a little bit more evenly. Whereas if you were to pile everything in the middle is densest, so it tends to be the rawest and also takes the longest to cook, while everything else is already cooked. Everywhere else it's like touching the steam directly will be cooked and maybe getting a little soft. So if you want to make sure everything is kind of evenly cooked, you can do a shot glass, put it in the middle, put your rice in, or just, you know, use a finger and draw a hole. That's okay too. And I'm just gonna flatten it a little bit. I'm gonna try to not cover the whole outer portion so that the steam can come in from the sides and also from the middle. That way it'll promote more even steaming. And we'll just have this ready on the side. If we do end up making the chicken wings, then it'll be ready. If we don't make the chicken wings, I have some pre-made glutinous rice, and that'll also go really good with like meal prepping, or I don't know, re-steam it with some coconut milk and then I'm gonna eat it with a mango or something. Whatever the case, it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of cooked glutinous rice on the side. We'll pop that in there. I'll wait for it to boil and then set the timer for roughly 25 to 30 minutes. If it's a lot of rice, I would say about 30 minutes. I'm probably gonna err on the side of 30. It's not that much rice, but it doesn't hurt to cook it a little bit longer. You really can't overcook when you're steaming it, because steaming is such a gentle way of cooking it. So I wouldn't worry too much if you kind of forgot the timer, or you're like, oh shit, I'm 5 minutes over. Don't freak out. It's a little bit hard to overcook glutinous rice when you're steaming it. So just let it happen. Also, do you guys like my new cup? You guys can't see it. Do you like my new cup? At Family Mart, they're celebrating Pom Pom Pudding's 30th anniversary, so they have these little cups that come with the jelly. I went yesterday to go pick it up after my gym. I saw it on Twitter while I was working out at the gym, and I was like, oh, Shadow, we must go to the Family Mart. Every Family Mart has it right now. There's 2 cup varieties. This one was my favorite, so I only got this one. It was like 900 yen. Basically, you buy the jelly, and the jelly comes with the cup, so you kind of buy like a 2-for-1. I already started using it. I was eating my chia seed pudding this morning from it. I wish it said 30-year anniversary. So it's more like commemorative, but it's still so cute though. This is my new cup. I like how it's like pretty, like it's not huge, but it's decently sized for like soups and my oatmeals, my chia seed puddings, but it actually comes with the little jelly. I haven't ate the jelly yet. I'll probably eat it at like maybe later today if I'm hungry. My little cup. I'm gonna put my shiitake in my cup so I can deal with that later. So where's the one that you bought us? Oh, you know, I sent Shadow out to get like literally a bajillion extra for all of you guys. I'm gonna ask him about it. Remind me, I'm gonna ask him about it, because I did. I was like, hey, I'm gonna go scope things out. If they have it, I'll let you know. Can you come back and literally just buy like a gajillion? And he was like, literally? And I was like, yes, literally a gajillion. And he was like, yo, I got it. You can trust me. And I went and I was like, oh, they have it. So I'm gonna like finish my workout. Can you go get it? And he was like, yo, I got you, dude. If you haven't received it yet, I will ask Shadow personally. I will ask him personally what the heck is going on afterwards. Yeah. I'm guessing a 52-minute dance. I have disposable income. I'm guessing a 52-minute dance. Girl. I scare. You scare me. Okay. Sourdough. I'm gonna get the biggest bowl that I have. I'm not sure how big it really needs to be. I want to make 1 loaf. most recipes that I found on the internet for sourdough is enough to make 2 loaves. We're not a huge bread eating family. I just want to dabble my fingers in this whole sourdough thing. So we're gonna do 1 loaf, which looks like it's about 500 grams of flour. Hydration kind of depends on you. I won't go too in depth about bread hydration because I don't know if you guys are as interested in this kind of stuff. It's more like science-y a little bit for bread baking. But the lower the hydration, so basically the less amount of water there is to flour, the easier the dough is going to be, the easier the dough is to work with because it's a little bit more solid. It's not as wet and loose. So it's a lot easier to stretch. And for beginners, when they're maybe a little bit worried about like wet dough and they don't really know how to handle it, a drier dough is a lot easier, so lower hydration. Higher hydration gives a better crumb structure. So like for the sourdough, you know how they usually have a lot of holes? They're very airy, very soft, very springy. That's usually a high hydration dough, but high hydration means it's also a lot harder to work with because there's so much water in it. The dough is quite like soft and bubbly and maybe a little bit viscous even. It's hard to kind of like squeeze and knead the dough like how I normally do for like dumpling wrappers, for example. It's a very different kind of dough. So average, you want to do maybe like a 75% hydration. 60 is considered low. Upwards to like 100 is possible. I've seen videos where people do like 120% hydration. So like 1 part water and like 1 part flour, 1.2 part water. We're not going to do any of that. We're going to just keep it roughly about 75%, 80%. I'm not sure what 80% of 500 is, chat. What is 80% of 500? That's how much water I want to put in. I'm gonna do 500 grams total of flour. I'm gonna mix and match. I'm not even gonna, I'm just gonna eyeball it. I'll finish off this bag. I'll use a bit of the whole wheat and whatever else is left over, I'm gonna top off with my Super King. And hopefully that'll add up to about 500. 400? Okay, thank you. So we'll get 400 grams of wawa. Just tap water is fine. You don't have to worry about, as long as it's water that you feel like it's safe for you to drink personally, it is good enough for the bread. Don't worry about having it be tap water, filtered water, RO water. It's not really, you don't have to be too picky with that. 400. Okay, that's already very, very close. 366, 380 something. Is that 403? Okay, it's okay if it's a few grams off. I think bread is one of the, in terms of science-wise, the only recipe where you can really just eyeball it and go like, oh shucks, I'm a few grams off. Whatever. Things like cookies and cakes and stuff, you should try to keep it as accurate as possible. For bread has so much leeway. If you understand how the bread works. I feel like it's probably one of the, although intimidating, it's one of the easier things to make. Because you don't have to be so worried about getting your measurements correct if that is a thing that you struggle with. For yeast, I'm gonna eyeball it. Because I have 72 hours, it's a long time to ferment. I'm gonna do, I do have my scale on just so I can see the number that I'm doing. I'm gonna aim for maybe 3 grams, which is not a lot. Like 1 packet typically is 7 grams. So this is maybe 1 teaspoon-ish. Come on, give me 3. Okay, there, 3 grams, give or take a few micrograms, but whatever. We'll see how the 3 grams go. I have seen videos where some people use like 1 gram, but they're fermenting that shit for like a week. So, and it'll still rise. It'll take a lot longer. If you add more yeast, it'll proof and bulk ferment a lot faster, but the texture might not be as good. Okay. I give a little mixy mix first before anything happens. This is active yeast. I like working with instant yeast instead of active yeast. Instant yeast means that every single kernel of yeast works. It basically got like freeze dried or something while it's still like active, whereas the normal yeast that you buy that says it's not instant, some yeast could be dead, whereas other yeast are still active. So you're supposed to wait 15 minutes, let it bubble and shit, see if it's alive, and then continue. Instant yeast, you don't have to worry about that. So I prefer instant yeast. I'm gonna let that sit there. I just mixed it a little bit so it's not so kernely. I'll add salt at the end because salt actually impedes the activity of the yeast itself. Usually you want to be really careful with things like honey. Honey has an enzyme in there, that's why babies can't eat it. The honey will actually degrade the activity of the yeast a little bit. So if you're making a honey loaf and you're just going crazy with that shit and putting in a lot of honey into your yeast, it won't rise as much. So make sure you modify. You can have a bit of honey, but not have all honey. And things like salt will also impact how active the yeast is. So I would recommend putting in the salt later. Did I say 500? 500. This is the Caputo bread flour that I used for the pizza, which turned out really, really well. I just want to finish this off. And I'm gonna use whole grain. I'm so excited for health. Health is wealth. I've never used whole grain before, but this is supposed to be whole grain for bread. So also a very high protein flour. A little mishmash of both because I'm scared of using all whole wheat. Oh, set the timer. It's boiling. About, I think it's been boiling for a while, so I'll set it for 25 minutes. Okay, 25 minutes for the glutinous rice. Okay, we are at 363. No rhyme or reason to that number. I just eyeballing it and I'm like, that's enough whole wheat, so I'm gonna stop there. And then I'm gonna finish off the rest with more bread flour. This one is just a different brand that I got. It's called Super King. I heard that it was a good type of bread flour. Lee's Store was also really good, but the Lee's Store, it's like a French one, was sold out today. So I hope I'll get some next time. Thank you for making all the Shanghainese food. It's a native Shanghainese. It makes me very happy. Yeah, I really enjoy eating Shanghainese, like dim sum and stuff like that, but I feel like it kind of gets lost in the crowd of just like Chinese food. Sometimes even I forget what's Shanghainese food and what's like other regions of Chinese food. So I was kind of thinking about it and I'm like, there's got to be more than just Shengjian bao, right? So I was kind of curious to see what they have. And I was surprised that squirrel fish was Shanghainese. But I'm excited. I want to try all the things. 500, 490, 500, exactly on the dot. Yay! Shanghai spring rolls. I don't think I've tried Shanghai spring rolls. I've tried making Shanghai mooncakes before. And 10 grams of salt. 10 grams of salt is like 2 teaspoons almost. Okay, then I can probably eyeball that. The gloves are coming off. I need this to be a naked hand experience. I wore this suit for a very specific reason. Okay. I'm gonna use this hand so this hand can stay clean for the salt. I'm just gonna mix it a little bit so things come together. No oil, you don't need sugar either. She should be quite soft. This is not like the usual doughs that I make for like dumplings and stuff, which is like 50% hydration. Okay, now that it's like so shaggy and kind of coming together, I'm gonna add my salt. 10 is for 2 loaves. Therefore, yeah, that's about right. Sure. Let's go with that. Okay, I'm gonna use my dominant hand now. It's dominant hand time. A lot of the recipes will tell you to mix until shaggy and then stop. I was watching a lot of the videos and they were like, don't do that. Definitely you want to mix it a little bit more until it's kind of like, even though it could be soft and wet, it should really form into a ball of some sort. Don't stop when it's still kind of like very goopy and not really coming together. And you can tell that it's almost ready when it kind of stops sticking to your hands. This is not a good example right now because my hands were wet. That's why the dough isn't really sticking. So I'm gonna keep kneading it a little bit. But when you kind of see it's slowly starting to kind of pull away from the sides of the bowl is a good indicator. And when you're mixing it, it's not super like attached to your hand. That's also a good sign that we can let it rest for the first hour before we do our stretch and folds. This is too soft to actually knead it to develop gluten, so we're gonna have to use time as our tool. It's so soft and nice. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna get it's pretty good. I'm gonna get a bench scraper so I can grab the size as well so I don't waste anything. She's a little sticky to the bottom and I don't want to waste any of my flour that I worked and paid good money for. Everything reminds me of her. You can also mix with a bench scraper. That's actually no problem. One of my favorite tools to use for any kind of bread, for Chinese bakery bread, like the Tangzhong stuff, the ones where you use poolish, I think is how you say it, the ones with like this kind of high hydration dough. If using your hands scare you a little bit because she's a bit sticky, using a bench scraper is actually a great tool. So you don't have to feel as intimidated. Okay, this is actually pretty good. She doesn't look like much right now, and that's totally fine because we only just started. We're gonna do our stretch and folds in an hour. We have to let this rest, hydrate, let the gluten develop a little bit. I'm just kind of like trying to develop a bit of tension with the bench scraper so she's nice and round. I'm basically going along the sides of the bowl and tucking it in, and then doing it again, tucking it in. I'm just building some tension so that our dough will be nice and taut. And that'll also help with the gluten development. Okay, we'll put that there. I'll wash this off a little bit so she's clean for later. And anything else that you have on your hand, just dab it off. Show no fear, okay? As I say, dough can sense fear. Dough can sense if you're not confident, and it'll be like, oh, we have a pussy on the loose. Let's make their life difficult and start fucking up, okay? Show no fear, okay? Even if you're scared, don't let it know that you're scared, okay? Just start manhandling and slapping it all around. It'll come together, don't worry. It always comes together. It can smell a chicken. It's so over then. It can smell a buck, okay? So don't let it know that you're scared. You don't have to tell it that it's scared. You just have to believe it in your heart. And it can be like, okay, all right, I'm gonna suss you out for a little bit. You know, I'm gonna behave. I'm gonna see what happens. I'm gonna suss you out. And then that's how you build a beautiful partnership between you and your bread, okay? But the minute you're like, oh, I don't know about this. Oh, is this right? Oh, I don't know. It doesn't feel right. It knows that you're a pussy. And then it's not gonna work well, okay? And if it fails, it fails. It's okay. It's part of the learning process. All right, I'm gonna get a lid. I got a big, oops, oh, damn it. Hold on. Hold on. Can I pick up this paper towel with my foot? Aha! Ooh, okay. Excuse me. If this one fails, I'll just try again. I don't think I'll actually be that deterred. I'll be a little sad, but I wouldn't be that deterred. I'm gonna get a big lid. Where is my big lid? Look at the whole wheat speckles. It looks so good. The grocery store was also selling something called wheat germ, and that really interested me. But I'm like, dude, I really shouldn't be doing all sorts of crazy shit when I haven't made sourdough before. So I didn't buy the wheat germ, but I wanted to buy the wheat germ because I was like, sounds healthy. Okay, can we set a timer for an hour? Sourdough's like having a pet. Yeah, I just don't see the value in keeping a sourdough if I make a bread loaf every like once a year. If this succeeds and it tastes good, I might consider starting a sourdough starter, because then I'll probably just make more dough or make more like bagels and pizza and you know, a bunch of other things that you can use for sourdough starter that's not just bread. Then I might be more open-minded to trying other things, but for now I think I'm okay. Oh wait, I have a nice warm spot in my kitchen. Actually, for now might be fine. For now might be fine. 1 hour, please. I'm gonna get a new glove.
That table
1 hour,
already has the germs
and then we'll
after
do our
you
stretch and
used the
fold.
tissue which fell on the floor and you used your foot to pick it up to clean your tabletop.
Don't worry, my slipper is very, very clean, and it also fell on the little pedestal thing, not on the floor. I have a little cushiony mat that I step on. My toes are pristine condition. My slippers have never seen dirt in its life. It actually actively repels like Satoru Gojo. It has like a 1 millimeter of like a barrier where the germs cannot enter. Haters will say that's not true, but the real ones would know. The real ones that would know. Does sourdough starters have a temperature limit? I don't have a definitive answer because I never worked with sourdough starter myself before. I did try making one time just for the shits and giggles, and I killed it by accident. I didn't realize, I was very half-assed about it, so I'm not surprised that I killed it. I was just like, oh, so you just like mix bread, flour, and water, and then every day you add a little bit more flour and water until it starts to rise, and then you discard half of it, and then that's your sourdough starter. And I didn't realize that I'm supposed to leave the lid barely on so the air can circulate and breathe, because it's an alive creature. But when I did it, I didn't think about that. I forgot about that. So I was like, oh, I must seal this as tightly as possible because I don't want any air to seep out. This must be a vacuum chamber so that my yeast can ferment properly. I don't know what I was thinking. So I suffocated my babies. Yes, this is true. I suffocated it. So, and I was like, because like after 4 days, like nothing was happening. It was still flat, and I've been feeding it every day for 4 days. And I was like, usually by day 4, you're seeing a little bit of action, right? And then they were like, normally by day 4, you should smell it to see if it smells like sourdough. And I smelled it, and I was like, that does not smell like sourdough. Like, it doesn't look weird other than the fact that it hasn't risen, but it definitely does not smell like sourdough starter. And then I was reading like a troubleshooting article, and then they were like, oh, make sure your yeast has plenty of air to breathe. And I'm like, oh. What do you mean by that? They were like, yeah, your yeast is an active ingredient. It's an alive creature. It needs to breathe. Whatever you do, make sure the lid is never fully on and not fully sealed. You want to leave a crack. And I was like trying to like draw that like saran wrap as tightly as possible over that glass container. I was like stretching it like it was a drum. And I was like, that's tight enough. So I was like, oh, you know, that could be why. That could be why that it didn't work. Yeah, so I learned my lesson that day. But that's why I'm like, you know, for sourdough, because you're supposed to keep it alive, and as like a pet, you're supposed to feed it every day. You're supposed to discard a little bit and use it. I'm not making that much bread. I don't eat that many carbs. We're not huge bread eaters anyways. I just really wanted to see if I can do this, and maybe like a little treat, I make a little bit of bread every once in a while. It's not supposed to be like a recurring thing. So unless this succeeds and I'm having a lot of fun and I'm very excited and I want to make more things, I don't think I'll make a sourdough starter. That's why I kind of want to just try out. Oh, I still have lots of water. Okay. I was worried if the water was running dry. There was a few times I wasn't paying attention and I was steaming it for half an hour, and it was literally just like boiling nothing, and the bottom got so like not burnt but like kind of charred, and I'm like, oh no, I I've ruined my pan, so I'm trying to be more cognizant of how much time has passed and how much water has been boiled off. But it was still okay in this case. We're still chilling. I'll let that keep steaming. Okay. The other thing, what were the other things that take the longest time to do? Oh, okay. Shengjian bao. Another dough. Yay. This time we're gonna grab all-purpose flour. Not bread flour. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but all-purpose flour will give a nicer flavor and a softer hand feel. Okay, but usually for things like dumplings and baos and doughs, it's a lot more simple. It's again water and yeast this time. Water, yeast, and a little bit of salt. But this time we're gonna do it the more look with your hands, look with your eyes perspective. This is also going to be slightly high hydration. Like I said, normally dumpling wrappers are like 1 part flour, half part water. This one is a little bit higher than normal. Flour, we're going to aim, I don't want to make too much, so 150 grams. The original recipe said 300 grams, and that yields like 40 little shengjian balls. I don't want to make that much. So I'm gonna I half the recipe. So we're gonna make 20 little ones, or ideally 10 big ones. We'll see what happens first. Okay, and 110 grams of wawa. I'm gonna use some chopsticks this time, but I might start using it with my bare hands again. 110 grams of wawa. Oh, I should have added the water and yeast first, but that's okay. Oh, she's perfect. Oh my God. Okay. A little bit of salt. Just a little, not as much as the sourdough. The sourdough needs to taste salty. The salt is mostly for tensile strength. And my yeast, where did my yeast go? Did I put it back? I did. A 1/4 teaspoon of yeast, which I will now subsequently eyeball. Because it's yeast, it's fine. Please no bare hands. Oh, the bare hands are coming out. I shouldn't have worn my gloves. Ah! Okay, that came out a lot faster than I expected. That should be enough. We're aiming for about a 1/4 teaspoon. I feel like that was about a 1/4 teaspoon. I feel like that's okay. Give that a little mixy mix. She'll also be not as wet as the sourdough, but a lot wetter than the normal doughs that I work with. I'm just reading it. Okay, yeah, so this one will also require a stretch and fold technique, which is pretty rare for Chinese food. Chinese food is usually just like with your hands, you want to just knead the fuck out of it until it's nice and smooth. The gloves are coming off again. I really should have just kept the gloves off. Run while you still can. I'll only remove 1 glove, okay? I'll only remove 1. But same idea. I'm just going to kind of swat it around a little so it fully hydrates. And it kind of looks really, really weird. Like I'm just kind of flicking it off or whatever. But this is because the dough is so soft, you can't really knead it even if you wanted to. So this is just another way of kind of incorporating a little bit of tension and gluten into the dough. Also to hydrate it a little bit in case you have any drier specks. It kind of gets everything incorporated. It's gonna be sticky. It's very, very sticky. It's clearly not a very dry dough. But I'm just kind of flicking it around. And when it looks like it's kind of coming together and not so shaggy and kind of smooth like that, I think that's pretty good. Can I? It's just gonna stick to the gloves. Oh, she's a sticky one. Oh, she's a Ooh, she's a naughty one. Stop. Stop. And you don't have to make the dough as wet as this. If you are a bit nervous and you prefer the dough a little bit drier, that's totally fine. Just add less water. But when we're making the buns later on, a softer dough will be a lot more stretchy and soft. So when you're making the bun pleats, it'll be a lot easier to do. It's also easier to stretch and cut into the little serving sizes and everything. So a stiffer dough is totally okay. But a softer dough will be a lot easier to handle later on. It's a little bit more scary now, but later on it'll be a lot easier and make our lives a lot easier. Okay, so same idea. I'm just trying to give it a little bit of tension. This bowl might be a bit too big, but that's okay. Okay. We'll also come back in, is it an hour or 15 minutes? Okay, we'll let it rest for about 15 minutes and then we'll do stretch and fold. This one, we don't have to wait as long before we do our first stretch and fold. Put that onto the side. What exactly is sourdough? Oh, sourdough is, I think it's called sourdough because it literally has like a slightly sour taste to it. And that's just basically the taste of the yeast. It gives a little bit of a tangy flavor. If you've ever had one of those like artisanal loaves and it has a distinct like light sourness to it, and you're like, bread, like crusty bread, right? Or baguettes, they typically have a flavor like that. Whereas if you eat like a Japanese bakery bread or a Hong Kong bakery bread, it doesn't really have that sour taste, it's more sweet. That's just because there's really no sourdough starter in Asian bakery bread. So the sourdough is basically a natural yeast without adding actual yeast like powder or the granules that I added. Sourdough by itself is basically a mix of water and flour. That's literally it. But you kind of ferment it a little bit so it has that yeast rising power and that distinct sour flavor. And when you use that as your yeast component to let your bread rise and everything, it'll impart that flavor. And that's why sourdough bread is called sourdough, because it has a sour taste to it. And the starter is called a sourdough starter. That's it. It's just, it was named after the taste, basically. Nothing crazy. But the cool part is the fact that you can make your own yeast in the form of sourdough starter. But I killed mine by accident trying to start one. So I was like, you know what? I'm fine. I don't need, I'll just use yeast and I'll just use time to, or like ferment the flavor out using time itself. Is this? Nope. I'm gonna have to grab another one. Oh, what about, aha! Okay, 15 minutes. Can someone set a second? We're gonna have a lot of timers, okay? Today, I really need your help. We're gonna have a lot of timers on cycle. Can we set a timer for 15 minutes, please? And then we'll do our stretch and fold. We'll keep our bag of flour nearby because later on we're going to use a lot of flour to kind of make sure it doesn't stick to the surface or anything. So don't put your flour bag away. We'll be using it throughout so that we can work with our doughs and stuff like that. Let me see. Did I do that correctly? Oh, you needed a little bit of sugar and a little bit of oil. Ah, it's okay. We already missed it, but I don't think it'll be that bad. 15 minutes to rest, and then the stretch and fold, and then the 1 hour. Okay, and then we can do the meat filling. So the first 25 to 30 minute timer is over. No, the timer for the sourdough should be an hour. I don't know what time is remaining. And the timer for the Shengjian bao should be 15 minutes. So just keep the sourdough timer going. That one is just let me know when the 1 hour is down. Oh, the rice? Oh, the rice you don't have to set a timer for. I have a timer for that. It's just when the times are a little bit like mix and mash and all over the place, I'll need your help. But if it's just one individual thing that has like a built-in timer, then I can probably just do it myself. So 1 hour, 50 minutes? No, okay, no. the sourdough starter, the sourdough bread loaf needs 1 hour to rest. So it might not be 1 hour anymore. The time has decreased since then, but I need a total of 1 hour rest time. So that was the 1 hour I asked you to keep track of. So we're not going to do a second timer, okay? We're gonna have a few timers on rotation, not one timer. We're gonna, more than one. Then I'm asking you to do a second timer for the Shengjian bao. This one needs to rest about 15 minutes before we do the stretch and fold. So that one, keep it running. The sourdough one, it's still counting down. This one is a brand new one. So we're gonna have two. It's only been 2 minutes since you asked for the 1 hour timer. No, I understand that. I don't know how much time has elapsed for the 1 hour. I'm just asking that you're gonna have to help me keep track of the timers because there's a lot of timers going on. There's a lot of things that it's gonna depend on getting the timing right so we can do all the stuff that we need to do so it turns out good, okay? So the sourdough needs 1 hour, right? And then just whatever is left, could be 5 minutes left, could be 58 minutes left, okay? Just let that do its thing. I'm asking you to set a brand new timer for the Shengjian bao, just 15 minutes. The internet got cut off. Can you repeat that? Can you repeat it again? We need 5 timers? No, right now, 2 timers. This one, you don't have to time because I'm timing this one in particular because the stove has its own timer. So this one is okay. This one's okay, okay? I just need 1 timer for the sourdough, 1 timer for the Shengjian bao, okay? And we're gonna be alternating. We're gonna be alternating the timers because after the 1 hour, it's gonna be every 30 minutes, okay? So we're gonna need a lot of timers today. I only have 1 timer. Don't you guys have a phone where you can do like multiple timers at the same time? Clocks are expensive? No, not. Are you watching an anagram clock count down? You're like, now it's 8:37 p.m. At exactly 8:47, I will tell Giri to. Are you using an analog clock? Just like the phone. Like the phone can keep more than 1 timer, I'm pretty sure. Right? It's not anagram, analog. What if we are? Okay, my stand glass is only 1 minute. I flipped it 3 times, okay? God bless you. Thank you, chat. God bless you. Okay, if you were sitting there going like, okay, the last kernel of sand, and now. And then you're like, and now. That's actually crazy. If that's what you're doing, I can't thank you enough because that is so much commitment that even I am astounded. Okay, I think the rice is finished. Let me take a look. I'm a little scared. Okay, it's not as hot as I thought. I thought it was gonna be really, really hot. Let's see if she's cooked. If she's not cooked, I can still pop it back on the boiling water. It won't take that long to boil again. Ooh, okay, I don't know if she's cooked. She looks good. But let's see if she is fully cooked through. Oh, I can smell the shiitake a little bit. It's actually quite nice. And then when you're steaming it, the glutinous rice won't be as wet. If you're doing it in a rice cooker, because it's like the amount of rice you put in, the water, sorry, affects how wet the rice is, it might come out really like wet and gummy, whereas steam just kind of like heats it up using the heat of steam. It kind of gives you a perfect texture of glutinous rice. So if you can steam it, steaming it is definitely the preferred and recommended way of making glutinous rice, but you can definitely cook it in a rice cooker if you must. But that looks pretty good. Also, if you realize there might be some spots where it's like more cooked than others or not as a little bit more gummy than others, if you just kind of mix it up a little bit so there's a distribution of moisture, it should be good. But that feels quite good. I'm gonna try it. Oh, that's cooked beautifully. Oh yeah. I don't really taste the shiitake as much, but that's okay. No harm, no foul. I just thought it would be nice to add a bit of flavor if it does, but if it doesn't, it will just be as if it was soaking in water, so no biggie. Because we're not using it right away, I'm gonna just put it into this little bowl here. And this is why the silicone mat is so good, because it doesn't stick. And it just comes right off. But to prevent it from sticking, potentially to itself, because I don't know if we're gonna be using this today. I just have this pre-prepped in case we do have the time. We have this ready on the side. So we might not use this until like way later in the evening. So to prevent it from sticking, I'm gonna just douse this with sesame oil. I haven't used sesame oil in so long because I'm cutting back on fats. Oh my God, this smells like fucking heaven. I haven't smelled sesame oil in so long. I'm just gonna break it up a little. So one, it can mix, and two, with a little bit of sesame oil, the hope is that it doesn't stick as much to each other. So when it cools down, it won't be like super, super lumpy. I mean, it's still glutinous rice. It'll definitely stick to itself a little bit, but I'm hoping that with the sesame oil, it'll not be so hard for it to come apart later when we use it later on in the day. And also imparts a bit of nice flavor. So when we use it later, it'll be good. Okay. It's a little hard. This bowl is a bit too small, but that's okay. All right, we're gonna let that chill. Let that chill. Oh my God, I miss glutinous rice. To make it not stick, you have to use a lot of oil. So it's usually a very heavy and like time intensive, potentially labor intensive dish to make. So I don't eat this all the time. It's usually at a restaurant as well. And they're usually quite expensive. So it's such a little treat. I know it doesn't look like much, but it's such a little treat. I love stir-fried glutinous rice. It's so good. If you have some lapchar, so like Chinese sausage, ugh, classic. Okay, I'm just gonna let this rest at room temperature, but I'm just gonna cover it so it doesn't dry up too fully. But that's our glutinous rice ready and prepped for later. I'll just wash this real quick. Send the rice to me right now, or I'm gonna stop watching for at least 5 minutes to get your own glutinous fried rice. I'm gonna add in, I don't have, Shadow doesn't really like dried shrimp, and I wasn't able to find dried scallop. So instead, I have the shiitake to amp up the umami flavor. I'm gonna add in chicken bouillon later. I have chashu, and I'm also gonna add a bit of dashi stock to kind of mimic that seafoody taste that Shadow doesn't really like. So hopefully it'll still be really delicious, and it just won't be as like luxurious. Also, dried scallops are very expensive. They're a bit harder to buy. And this just washes like just by itself. You don't really, it's not that hard to wash off. It's quite convenient. Kessler, thank you for the 16 months. Thank you. Just use king oyster mushrooms instead of scallops. What? That's a vegan talking, man. No. An oyster mushroom, it cannot replace a fucking scallop. And when I mean scallop, I don't mean a fresh scallop. I mean the dried scallop, so it has a concentration of that seafood umami taste. It has to be dried scallop, not fresh. Fresh is actually way easier to buy in Japan. If it was fresh, we wouldn't have this issue. But dry is a lot harder. Also, it's very expensive because they may look small, but because they're dried, they're a lot condensed. They're a lot more condensed. So, but before when they were fresh, they must be a lot bigger. So the bigger the dried scallop, the more expensive it is. Remember when we went to the fish market, Tsukiji? We saw some of the dried scallops and they were like $1,000 a pop. And they were like dried, but like this big. They can be really expensive. The mushroom replaces fresh in shape of texture, but you still need to add flavor, and Giri wants the flavor. Well, one of the delicious aspects of glutinous rice is that salty, umami, rich flavor. A lot of it is caused by the shiitake mushroom because it has that distinct, like, full-bodied taste. But if you don't mind the fishiness, I would say add in the dried scallops and the dried shrimp. But Shadow really hates the dried shrimp. It's like, it's really funky for him, so he usually Like he loves fried glutinous rice, but every time a restaurant puts like shrimp in it, he doesn't eat it. But although he wants to, he doesn't because he really hates the shrimp. So I left out the shrimp and the scallop for his sake, but we'll see. I'm sure it'll still be really tasty. It just won't have that fishy taste to it, I guess. Okay. We can do the meat for the buns. So has it been 15 minutes? Almost? Has it been 15 minutes? I wanted to do the filling. So the filling has time to marinate and everything. Has it been 15 minutes? 3 more minutes? It's 39 minutes. No. 15, not 39, 15. A total of 15. The 39 you're talking about might be for the sourdough. 3 minutes. Okay. In the time of 3 minutes, I'm going to take out my leek, my chicken, ground and ground pork. You can do whatever type of protein you want for your filling. The classic one is pork. Pork is too fatty, so we're gonna do a mix of pork and chicken breast for our particular stuffing. But honestly, anything, beef, lamb, whatever you want. Pork is more classic because Asian people eat more, Chinese people eat a lot more pork. And I have a little bit of pre-minced like garlic, ginger, onion. And we're also gonna grate a little bit, mince a little bit more leek for ourselves as like the little veggie component. But if you wanna add Napa cabbage, regular cabbage, celery, green bean, whatever kind of filling, a shrimp, fried egg, wood ear, those are all like, or chopped up vermicelli, those are all really, really good additions to stuffing for dumplings, for bao, for anything. So Shengjian bao would be the same. But if you want to keep it more like lean as in like simple in terms of flavor and ingredients, I would say just the pork and or chicken and just like shaoxing wine and soy sauce and all that stuff. Can we have some pizza? We already made pizza yesterday. Okay, stretch and fold. For the stretch and fold, you want your hands wet, not with dough, wet hands, okay? I don't remember why. I remember watching a video that taught you why you don't want to use flour to do the stretch and fold to prevent your hands from sticking. You always want to use water. I don't remember the scientific reason behind it, but for now, just believe me, okay? Wet hands will not make the dough stick to your hands, but you want to do the stretch and fold. Do not do it with, do not dust your hands with flour. Okay, stretch and fold. Literally what it sounds like. You grab a side of it, you pick it up, shake it out, stretch, and fold, okay? And you grab another side, shake it out, stretch, and fold. And then if you feel like your hands are sticking, you can add more water, but normally if you work fast enough, and again, with no fear, it shouldn't be an issue. And you want to keep doing the stretch and fold until it's pretty tight and it's kind of like coming off the bowl a little bit. That's how you know you've done enough stretch and folds. Most recipes will be like, oh, do 2 or do 4. Just keep doing it until you can kind of feel like it's fighting back a little. It's getting a little bit more taut, so that's good. You can also see that it's like not sticking to the bowl as much. She is really wet though. This is a lot wetter than I expected, I'm not gonna lie. Hopefully we can make this work. They said it was gonna be a wet one, but damn, this is a lot wetter than I'm used to. But have no fear. I'm showing fear. I'm showing fear. That's literally what I said to not do. Don't show any fear. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's probably as good as I can get it for now. Okay. All right. We'll let that proof for an hour. Can someone set the timer for an hour, please? This one now needs 1 hour to fully rise and let the yeast do its thing. 1 hour, please. 1 hour. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, 1 hour. The sundial broke. Dude, it's not, well, actually, it's nighttime for me. It might not be nighttime for you, I guess. 15 timer. It's 1 hour. The 15 timer finished already. Just let me know when the sourdough timer is finished. The 1 hour timer for the sourdough. And then set another 1 hour timer for the Shengjian bao. This one, I'm gonna move it over there so we have more working space. Also, we don't really need it for an hour, so I think we're chilling. Best I can do is 45 minutes. Then, okay, you know what? Okay, I will take 45 minutes. If that is the best that you can do, I will take 45 minutes and someone else can pick up the slack for the 15 remaining, okay? I'm French. It's lunch hours on my side. Lucky. Lucky. Okay, I have a little bowl. I'm not sure if this bowl is big enough, but I will probably use half of this leek. I was gonna use the whole leek. I want to save a little bit of leek for the glutinous fried rice. If we do it later, I think that might be nice. I'll just cut it first. Depending on how much we get out of this one particular leek, I might change my mind. I'll just do the leek first, so I just get the cutting out of the way. But cut this off and cut off wherever the green part starts, because the green part will be basically the tough part of the leek. You can't really use this part. If you make stock and stuff, definitely save this leek. This imparts so much like pleasant aroma for stocks. If you're making bosam and you want to get rid of that like that pork stink, and or like for chicken stock or beef stock, anything like that, this is a great addition. It doesn't fall apart as easily because it's a leek. I don't plan on making stock anytime soon, so I usually throw it away. But if you do make stock, definitely keep it. I kept it the last time when I made chicken stock, and it was very, very good. Or you can freeze it if you're very into that like no waste stuff. That's also really, really good. But my freezer is full of healthy prepped bento box chicken breast meals. I don't have space anymore. Eight. Okay. I think I'm going to give it another pass after this, because this is going to be the stuffing and potentially the aromatic seasoning for the glutinous fried rice. I do want it as small as possible, or else you're going to be eating like large chunks of leek, which won't be as pleasant. Oops. So normally I just end it like that, but I think I'm going to go back. If you have a food processor, use a food processor. That's way easier. I'm going to use the rocking motion of my cutting board. Utilize what God gave me. But I kind of did it to myself. Okay, that should be pretty good. Maybe one more pass. Oh, it's making my eyes water. No. I had a good run, boys. I'm gonna be sniffling again. Fuck. Okay. This is quite... Oh, my eyes. A mezzaluna. Oh, mezzaluna is too expensive. And maybe a bit too niche for something as simple as this. I don't know, man. But maybe a mezzaluna is meant for it. I never actually seen anybody sell a mezzaluna in Japan yet. Should I just... I'll save this little bit for the glutinous fried rice. Ah! My fucking eyes! Ugh. Why did the chopping board bend? Because I didn't dry it properly, so it warped while it was drying. Teehee. Take care of your cutting board, boys and girls. Don't be like Grandma Gary. It's the second time. Well, the cutting board lasts very long, so even though it's warped, it's still a very good board. Like the first one, even though it was warped, I used it for like two years maybe. I wasn't able to bring it back because, or bring it to Japan because it's like too heavy. So I got another one shipped to me when I moved to Japan. So this one is a 3-year-old board. The other one was a 2-year-old board. But considering I don't really take that good care of it, it's pretty good. It's lasted a good while before it started to warp. Okay, for the mixture of the meats and everything like that, I'm gonna add in my chicken and my pork. The chopping board has more curves than giri. Yes, unfortunately. Don't put in the chicken water. If there's some chicken water for whatever reason, just dump that out. Just put in the chicken itself. No chicken water, please. Oh my god, tears. Tears to season my Shengjian ball. Yeah, I wash it in the sink. I usually let it sit in the sink sometimes when I don't have time to wash it right away. And that's how it warps. If you kind of deal with it right away, it usually won't warp because it dries flat, right? I kind of just leave it hanging in the thingy a little bit. Okay, before I start mixing, I'm gonna add in some chopped, this is like pre-chopped crushed garlic leek thing, whatever little bit I have. A little bit of ginger in here as well, I think. Is that all I need for now before I start adding in ingredients? I need Shaoxing wine, soy sauce, sesame oil, salt, white pepper. What else do I do? Oh, chicken bouillon or MSG. What else would I want to add? You can add things like cumin and allspice if you like, but I think I'm just gonna keep it pretty like simple this time. I'm gonna add in a little bit of salt first, so we get a little bit of flavor going on. Just a little, teeny weeny little bit. Okay, and then just crush it. Crush everything. It'll be a lot easier if the bowl was bigger. I think I underestimated, but we'll try our best. Have you ever made Brazilian food? Yes, I made it about 3-4 weeks ago. What did I make? I made the feijão. Wait, no, is that Venezuela? I made the mojeca, the black bean pork, braised pork, ham, hock, black bean stew thing. I forgot what it was called because it wasn't in English, but I made that. And I also made the pão de queijo, the cheese bread, the Brazilian cheese bread. Did I make 3 things or 4 things? I couldn't remember. Oh, and I made the brigadeiro. The feijoada, yeah, the feijoada. Okay. You want to keep mixing this. Okay, this bowl really should be a little bit bigger, but we're gonna try our best. You want to keep mixing this until it starts to form some streaks, which I know sounds a bit weird, but to make sure that the dough is tender and not like crumbly ground meat and more of a uniform meatball stuffing type of a texture, you want to keep mixing it in one direction. Do not mix up the direction. In one direction until it starts to form some streaks, like basically the protein, the muscle protein is kind of breaking off, and it's not in individual kernels anymore. It's kind of becoming one big uniformed glob, and you can tell that's happening when it starts to leave streaks in the bowl. And it's kind of becoming a homogeneous thing, not individual dough or meat, sorry. My hands got a little dirty. Okay, I'm gonna try to do this without getting righty-tighty. Lefty Lucy. Yeah! Who tied it? Okay. I'm not. Entanglement of broken protein or something? Well, because muscle fibers are basically for ground beef. The muscle fibers are just cut shorter, but the fibers are still there. So that's why when you cook ground beef and ground chicken, it kind of, you can just break it with a spatula and it becomes little kernels. But if you want to have it be like a nice big juicy homogeneous meatball, like one big meat lump, then you have to mix it to break the muscle proteins down so it doesn't stick together in its individual kernels. It kind of forms into one big mass by itself. Oh, this was a new Shaoxing wine. That's why it didn't open properly. I was like, why is it so hard to open? Shaoxing wine, a little splash. Soy sauce. I added a little bit more salt than I intended, so soy sauce, I'll just do a little bit. Not too much, because I don't want it too salty. Oil, always at the end. Oil is what keeps the moisture in later, so if you add it in now, it won't keep all the moisture in just yet. So you want to do all of your seasoning first, oil at the very, very end. And the MSG / chicken bouillon. Pretty simple. Pretty average for a Chinese dish. The usual suspects are here. And you also want to have a little bit of water on the side. The water is the key to getting your meatballs, your dumplings, your bao kind of like juicy with a little bit of soup in there, or at the very least tender is water. So I'm not going to add in the water just yet. I'm going to kind of mix in all the flavors first. Make sure everything is nice and even and homogeneous. I might start putting it into a new bowl because I'm getting sick of this. I'm getting sick of this! Is this one any bigger? Please tell me this one is... It's hard to get it with one hand. Okay, it's a little bit bigger. Glass is also a little bit easier to see what I'm doing. So you can see how it's like sticking a little bit. Do you see that? It's kind of making the glass bowl a little bit cloudy and a little bit streaky. That's a good sign, an indication that the muscle fibers are breaking down, so they're not individual little kernels. Also, it's kind of like a little stringy like that. We can still make more. We still have a little bit of ways to go, but it's a little bit stringy. It's not kind of by itself. But this will take a little bit of elbow grease. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then we're gonna add in a little bit of water at a time, not too much, because the meat takes time to absorb the water. If you add all of it in now, it won't absorb as evenly and it'll get really like wet. You want to give the meat enough time to kind of soak everything in. Also, it's really hard to gauge exactly how much water you need. It really just goes by eyesight. Okay, I have to change hands. So it's hard to say how much you're gonna actually add in by the end of it. Kind of just depends. But the more water you add in, the softer the stuffing. So it may be a little bit harder to fold in, but the juicier it's gonna be after you steam it or boil it or fry it, whatever it is. So there's trade-offs there. And make sure you're continuously stirring in the same direction, please. Remember which way you were stirring so you don't fuck it up. It's getting individual lumpy. I mean, it's coming together by itself. Okay, a little bit more. I'ma fuck it up. Gary the KitchenAid. You can definitely use a KitchenAid, but part of me feels like doing it by hand kind of gives it a better result. I don't know if this is just like because everybody in the house does it by hand, so it just feels more correct, or maybe it's missing that like human touch, so the machine is like, oh, the machine will understand when it's done. You really need the hands to like do it, but I never actually do this by hand. Even like when my dad makes like dumpling stuffing for like dumpling parties, which is a lot of fucking dumplings, he still does this by hand. We never actually do it with a machine. Even though we make dough with the machine, we don't make the stuffing by machine. Not that you've mentioned it. Okay. That's pretty good. Look how cloudy and kind of sticky the outside is. That's exactly what you're looking for. That's how you know the muscle proteins are kind of broken down. And it's kind of like a little muddy goop and not individual kernels. You can spank it a few times to get the air out. I think this step is optional, but I always see my dad do it. So you can spank the meat a few times. Okay. Oh, damn it. Okay, let me wash my hands real quick so I can grab the sesame oil. And then we're gonna massage it. Oh, then I should have spanked it later. I forgot about the sesame oil. I should have spanked it later. Lasagna lover, thanks for 37 months. Spank the goop. Yes, you need to spank the goop to get the extra air out. It's a little optional, but it kind of makes the stuffing a little bit easier to work with later on. Okay, I'm gonna add in my sesame oil at the very end now. Just a little drizzle of it. And then just keep mixing it the same way that we've been doing it. But just make sure you do the oil part at the very, very end. Okay, let me smell it. If the stuffing smells good, then it's probably well seasoned. I really can't explain the science behind it. I've said this many times. If you're making stuffing, you can definitely get a little bit, microwave it or pan fry it and try it, but that's the noob's way, okay? A professional way, which is my dad's way that he taught me, is just smell the meat, like sniff it. If it smells delicious and it makes you hungry, the balance of the flavors are probably pretty good. And if it feels like it's kind of like, it's not as aromatic as I would like, it probably means that you're missing a little bit of a something something. And you can add in a little bit more salt, a little bit more soy sauce. Usually it will do the trick. It seems kind of like silly to be like, how do you smell a lack of salt? But if the stuffing is like well balanced in flavors, it does smell really good. Makes you really hungry. And if it smells a little bland or flat, you probably need a little bit more seasoning. Do you want to smell it? Here. You can sniff it. Sniff it. Sniff, sniff. Smells pretty good, huh? I think it smells very good. And it hasn't failed me yet. It hasn't failed me yet. If you're like a fucking baller like my dad, what he does to really double check is he actually just grabs the lump of meat and licks it slightly. Like he doesn't go like that, right? But he will get the tip of his tongue and just touch it ever so slightly to taste for it. Like very, very slightly. He doesn't like put the whole thing in or anything. So he'll smell it and he'll be like, smells good. And then he'll just like ever so lightly lick the raw pork stuffing. And he'll be like, tastes good too. I would never do that. That is one thing I cannot do. So I'll leave that to my dad. But I can do the sniffing thing. The sniffing thing has never failed me. So I'm going to just keep going and rolling with the sniffing thing. But my dad actually licks it a little bit and I'm too pussy for that. That is one thing I refuse to do. Just microwave it? Yeah, but it's like you have to use another vessel. You have to microwave it. And then you have to adjust it. You microwave it again. It's like so inefficient, whereas you can just smell it. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to add in this, and that. And also, when you're adding it in, you have a general understanding of how much salt, soy sauce, and everything else you've been adding. So when you're like, I think it's missing something, you usually have a notion of what it could be. It's not like you're completely clueless on how much seasoning you've been adding. It's a little bit of experience. It's a little bit of common sense. A little bit of everything. A little bit of your ancestors telling you that enough is enough. But if your ancestors don't speak to you, then then I guess you can use the microwave. Food poisoning isn't real if you don't believe in its existence. I was like, Daddy, don't. Why are you licking it? You're gonna get sick. And he's like, dude, I've been doing it for like 20 something years. It's 100% fine. I'm not like eating the thing. I'm just licking like a tiny little bit of it. So it's totally fine. I'm like, okay, you're the professional. Okay, we're gonna put this in the fridge so it can marinate. You can actually just use this right away, but if you marinate it, like always, it'll turn out a lot better because the flavor has time to kind of get to know each other. But if you really don't have the time, and let's say everything else is ready and you want to use it now, you totally can, but it'll just be a little bit more yummier if you wait it out. Does it fit in here? Okay, so that's prep for the Shengjian bao is done. All we have to do is just basically fold it and steam it. Okay, so that's already the bulk of it. Stuffed chicken wings, that's done. I could marinate the wings. You know what? I do think we can make 5 things today. 4 Shanghai dishes and 1 sourdough. Wait, is the hour done yet, chat? Is the hour done yet? Don't try the chicken. I'm not gonna lick the chicken, but I do have to debone the chicken. 9 minutes left. Where is that new kitchen scissor that Shadog got me? I kind of want to use this one for the chicken. Ooh, this one might not work. I'll just keep using this one then. We need kitchen scissors to get the bone out. But we can get the chicken also needs a little bit of time to marinate. That's why better to do it now than later. I'm running out of bowls though. God damn. Where'd all my bowls go? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. You want the full chicken wings, by the way, the ones with the little jim on it, the little tail thing. The little mini wing. You don't have to get the drumette in there. Just the wing is minimum. But you want to make sure it's the wings that are flat, that has the little jim on it. So when we stuff it, we're basically stuffing it in this broader section when you take the bone out, and we can hold it like this, like a little lollipop. So there's still something for you to like hold on to and where the stuffing won't leak out. If you have it just the flats with the no jim on it, when you take the bone out, it just becomes a tube. So things will come out from the front and things will come out from the back. But if you get this one, at least the one side will be sealed off, and this side we're gonna be baking it today, so it shouldn't leak out as much. Also, we're using glutinous rice, so it's pretty like secure. It's not going to leak out. But if you're using it like another meat stuffing, for example, you can use a toothpick and kind of like, you know, seal it and everything. But just make sure you have the jim on it. The wing tip, yeah. Just to pull the bone out, but you can't though. You can't just pull it out like this. It's raw. So I heard that you can actually have an easier time pulling it out if you actually try to break the bone a little bit. You can kind of feel it kind of like snapping in the joints. I think I felt it snapping in the joints. But don't push it out, obviously. Just keep it in there. Don't push it out. But I can kind of feel that it's like not hinged there anymore. And then what you do is you grab like your kitchen, like your paring knife, or in this case, kitchen scissors. I'm gonna go around the hole here to kind of get the connecting meat off. Hopefully my scissors are sharp enough. I'm not sure how deep I need to go, but I'm definitely trying to keep it as close to the bone as I can, and just doing little snips along the way. You don't have to go all the way in and do one big snip, just little snips along the way. Don't worry about the middle just yet. You know how there's like the middle meat in between the bone? Don't worry about that just yet. You just want to kind of make sure the sides are not stuck. And then, if I remember correctly, you just squeeze the bone out like this. And as you're squeezing it, you can also like peel it backwards on itself. And you can just continue deboning it. You can use a knife or continue using the scissors. I think I'll continue using the scissors. I feel like the knife would be more difficult. Yeah, wherever is a little bit stuck, just cut it off. And it should, because I already broke it off earlier, it should come off pretty easily. Here we go. Just trying to find a way where it breaks off like cleanly without yanking as little meat off as possible. There we go. You can cut this little cartilage point off, but at this point, I don't think we need to. And now we have one full chicken wing, fully intact, skin on and everything. We're gonna marinate it we're gonna try to marinate the inside of the chicken. So we're not going to flip it right way up just yet. We're gonna keep everything kind of inside out at the moment. But I do need a bigger bowl. Very appetizing? What do you mean? This is cooking. Not everything about cooking is pretty. It's just delicious. And then again, I'm gonna try to see if I can. I think this one is broken. I'm trying to feel for that like snap without having it break out of the skin. You don't want the skin to break out. And then same thing. I think I might have time to do one more chicken before I have to do my stretch and fold on the sourdough. Little snips, a little deeper each time. Now my meat looks very weird and it hurts bad. Where are you using it on? Why does it hurt? It's a chicken wing. It shouldn't feel any pain anymore because it's dead. Go back and try again. Okay, I slide the bone out. And as you're sliding it out, make sure it's like kind of backwards a little bit. Now that it's like kind of backwards, just be really, really careful how you're snipping it because you don't want to accidentally snip the skin and cause a hole. If you're filling this with meat, definitely be extra careful because we're filling it with glutinous rice. It's not really leaky or wet, so it's actually very, very flexible. So if it does break a little bit, no biggie, but you do want to try to like aim for a nice deboning. Okay, that's one out. That is another. Okay, that's pretty good. Inside out. Okay, how are we doing on time? Can I do my stretch and fold? Leaky meat? Well, yeah, you don't want leaky meat. That's cringe. Leaky meat is cringe. 2 more minutes? Okay, then that's enough time for me to wash my hands and take my gloves off. Actually, I'm just gonna take my gloves off since this is bare-handed time. Ow. It's like cutting into me. It's flesh hand time. I removed all of my bones and now I can't cook anymore. Girl, follow the damn instructions. Do it to a chicken. A chicken. Not to yourself. Not to someone else. Just not anyone, period, okay? Do it to a chicken, chat. It was not, yes, it was specified. It was very much specified. I'm gonna put all these away on the side here so I don't transfer any of the meat juices. Okay, stretch and fold. We're gonna do 2 sets of stretch and fold and 2 sets of coil folds. So don't worry about the coil just yet. I'll walk you guys through the coil folds when we get there. But Now starts the time where we have to do this every 30 minutes. So make sure you have a timer on when you're doing it at home, but I'll ask you about the timer when we get there. This is what we have so far. It doesn't really look like much. It's just been resting for the hour. Again, wet your hands, not flour, because it'll change the flour proportion and the hydration proportion of your dough. So make sure you use water instead, so it doesn't stick. We're gonna do stretch and folds like last time. We keep stretching and folding until it's pretty strong and it's not like it's kind of fighting back a little bit. If it's still really loosey, we can probably just keep going until it gets nice and taut. And then we'll put the lid on, set the timer for 30 minutes, okay? But don't start it yet, don't start it yet. Don't start it yet. Okay, grab the sides, pick it up, stretch it, fold it on itself. And if at any time it's a bit too wet still, you can just keep wetting your hands so it doesn't stick. I can already feel like it doesn't take that many folds to get there, because you can already see how not stretchy it is anymore. It used to, the first stretch we were able to yank it all the way up, but now it's like kind of tight now. Okay. So that didn't require that much time at all. Oh, and to the point where you can even pick it up. Look at that. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Okay. I'm just kind of tucking it on itself so it can get a little bit more taut when we're waiting for the second stretch and fold. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. Just a little bit sticky, but really not that bad. Okay, set a timer for 30 minutes, please. And then we'll do our second set of stretch and folds right after that. It really doesn't take that long. It's, the stretching and folding is very, very quick. It's just the waiting time that's a little bit annoying. 30 minutes, please. Bread timer, yes. We need one separate bread timer. I like the feeling of the whole grain though. The whole wheat flour has a nice like kerneling texture to it, so it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. All right, gloves back on for the immersion. How many timers are there? I'm so lost. Well, the bread timer is just the bread timer. But now the only active timer that's happening are two things. The Shengjian bao timer, which should be the 1 hour, which now might be like, I don't know, 45 minutes, for example. And then the new timer, which is the second timer, for the sourdough, which is 30 minutes. We're gonna come back in 30 minutes to do the second set of stretch and folds. Both are around 30 minutes? Okay. Then that means we have 30 minutes to get these chicken wings sorted out. All right, we have 30 minutes. I mean, I think that'll be pretty easy. No way it takes me 30 minutes to debone all this chicken. Okay, hold on. I need to concentrate. We have 30 minutes to get all these chickens done. Oh, I felt the crack. I felt the crack. All right, perfect. Let's see if I can snip these any faster, but with precision. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Once I feel like there's enough leeway, I just peel it back. How long is 30 minutes in minutes? 30! 30 minutes is I feel like my parents, when I do math questions and I don't understand, and my mom was like, what's 4 plus 4? And I'm like, 7? She's like, no, if you have 4 apples and your friend gives you 4 apples, how many apples you have? I'm like, 7? 30 minutes. What do you think it? Okay. Just use your, take out your phone and set it for 30 minutes. That's all I ask. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be this difficult, guys. That's all I ask, really. Okay, is this low enough where I can bust it out, or no, still needs a little bit more. Okay. Okay, I think I can bust now. I think I can bust the bone out. Just needs a little bit of wiggle room. There we go. Ooh, both of these came out so beautifully. Yes. Oh, I wasted it a little bit. No. Oh, it's okay. It's still pretty good regardless, but it sucks that I wasted it. Are those metric minutes or imperial minutes? Minutes are minutes, okay? America does not use different minutes compared to the rest of the world, okay? Sure, everything else is out of whack for them, but minutes are just minutes. They don't use imperial minutes or metric minutes. Can you imagine, like, the minute, like, time is already so fucked up already with time zones and, you know, daylight savings and shit like that. If they had, like, oh, actually, this country uses this exchange rate of minutes and time. We don't actually use minutes here. We use, you know, measurement of rocks. Oh, I'm gonna shit myself. Can you imagine VTubers trying to sort out collabs when we have to work around time zones and individual units of time because every country does it differently?
Gam.
Hell
It's been
no.
30 minutes. Since 30
No, it
minutes
hasn't.
ago.
Don't scare me. No, it hasn't. 30 minutes. Both timers, if you guys, if what you said is correct, both timers should probably go off around the same time to each other. If not exactly, then roughly. So we have 30 minutes before we... So that means we'll finish the Shengjian bao first. I don't think it'll be possible to finish everything at the same time because there's so many dishes to do. But that just means we'll finish the... Oh, this one just popped out so easily. Did you see that? Hell yeah. All right. A nice little lollipop. At this rate, what if I get lazier with every... I'm like, we don't need 8, do we? I just get lazier and lazier. Surely 3 chicken wings is enough to really sell you on the idea of what I'm doing, right? Does it really have to be all 8? You know? Trying to watch our calories anyways. Maybe we really shouldn't be eating all 8. You know what I'm saying? Oh, almost nipped my fingers there. Overestimated myself all the time. Every time I make my menu on the weekend, I'm like, yeah, I can do 6 dishes. And then on Tuesday night and Wednesday morning, I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking? Why did I think I was able to do 6 dishes? What the hell is wrong with me? It's always the same story. It never really changes. One of these days I'll learn, and I do 3 dishes and I'm like, that's too little. I think I should just add another one last minute. And I'm like, why did I do that? It would have been perfect if I had 3 dishes. Why did I do that? Okay. I would like to get better at taking the meat off a little bit cleaner, like especially the middle part, but I think for what it is, it's pretty good. Am I 20? 20's not even here. 20, I don't, am I allowed to say where 20 is? I don't know if she's like announced anything, or maybe you'll find out later, but she's not here. I asked her over for pizza and she was like, Giri, I'd love to, but I'm not in Tokyo right now. And I'm like, what? I don't know if she said anything on her Twitter or if she's like done a secret stream somewhere and she told you guys where she's going, but in case she didn't say anything, I'm not gonna say anything. But she was on her way somewhere when I invited over for pizza yesterday. She left us. Yeah. She went to the Bunny Girl bars without us. Honestly, knowing Twinny, that is a very viable option. To your place. Maybe. But she also loves pizza, so that's actually really rare. I think usually whenever I offer Twinny food, she rarely says no. Unless it's like spicy, because she doesn't eat spicy food. So like if I go like, oh, by the way, it's spicy, then she might be like, okay, maybe not or whatever. But if she's available, she pretty much always says yes. She never really says no when I invite her over. Okay, I'm pushing my meat down so I can expose more of the bone, so I can cut it better. This is why these dishes are eaten at a restaurant. Why? I always think that I can do it. I mean, I can do it, but goddamn. Props to chefs that do this, man. I feel like even restaurants don't do this really often because it's not worth the time. It's okay. Can I? Come on. Okay. Man, I wanted to be able to just take it out without snipping it. Come on. Come on. Oh, there's a bit of cartilage on this thing. This one I'll cut off because we don't want the cartilage. But everything else is perfect. Underpaid kitchen staff, that, and I feel like just with how much prepped it takes just to make one dish, and then you're not going to serve like 3 chicken wings, right? Usually for like a table serving, especially for Chinese food, you got to serve at least like 6 or something, right? If you're like a really fancy restaurant, then let's say 4. You can afford to serve less and charge more, but it's still like such a labor intensive dish that I feel like it's not really worth it. And there's so many steps to it. It's not just the deboning, it's the making the stuffing and frying it and doing all that stuff. We're gonna air fry it because we already have enough things to fry in a little bit. It takes 2 bites in 1 minute. Yeah, it's so quick to eat as well. So it's like, this is definitely a labor of love type of a dish. You literally just shove this in your mouth and it's already gone and you're like, God damn it. All that work in the kitchen. How much more time do I have? I think I should be okay on time, but out of curiosity, how am I doing on time? Oh, that one. Oh, oh, these 2 popped out so nicely. Look at that. Clean. Clean. Oh my gosh. That's so exciting. It's the grunt work when you start early in the career. Yeah. But I feel like it really sets you up for success later on because you know all of these like intricate, somewhat extra like techniques, so it really sets you up for doing a lot more things later on if you know, strive to have your own restaurant or your own menu, or you know, just having more experience under your kitchen apron, so to speak. But it's definitely one of those things where you're like, damn, my job is to debone chicken for 2 hours and then cut green onions for 2 hours. I went to a restaurant on the weekend for our cheat day with the Shadog, and it was one of those restaurants where you can see them prepping and stuff through the window. And that one guy's job, the whole time we were lining up for food, which was like a total of maybe 30 minutes or so, so long enough, but the whole time that we were there and walking up to the restaurant, all he's been doing was slicing leeks. That's all he did. Not anything else. I was like, oh, surely he's gonna start, I don't know, stirring the soup or prepping the meat or something else. The whole time for 30 minutes. And even after we got into the restaurant, I think he was still doing it. Because I was like watching from inside the restaurant after that. All he did was just cut leeks. I mean, I'm sure he's great at cutting leeks now. But damn. Shrimps are hell. Shrimp is kind of nasty to deal with when you're dealing with like restaurant bulk of it. Like when you're cooking it at home, you're like, ah, okay, I'll just clean the poopy veins of the like 10 shrimp or something like that, right? Sometimes not even. But at a restaurant, you got to deal with like 200 shrimp, and it's just like basically the little poopy veins all over your hands. And they might cut you a little bit if you're working really fast. So like the whiskers and everything might cut you and stuff. I can imagine shrimp being kind of a nightmare to deal with when you're working in large bulk. It's nasty and boring. I would imagine something like potato peeling can be pretty mundane as well. Like you might hurt yourself because you like zone out a little bit while you're peeling potatoes. Because it's like, oh, it's not really hard work or anything, but you just kind of like space out and then you're like, fuck, I cut my hand. I never actually worked in a restaurant or anything, so I wouldn't know, but based on like shows and videos that I watch of other people, it definitely seems like the not so fun and not so glamorous part of the process to becoming your own chef. It's pretty rough. Okay, is that enough to pop it out or yes! I'm so good at deboning, chat. Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. I'm so proud of myself. I'm so good at deboning. Yippee! All right, bones done. Actually, they're quite clean for what they are. That's yay! This is my first time deboning chicken. Okay, I'm gonna use. Try not to get my dirty ass raw chicken hands all over everything else. But we're gonna put the chickens in here. Wash my hands. We're only gonna marinate this with some salt and white pepper. We're gonna keep it very, very simple. But the reason why I have it inside out is so that the flavoring can penetrate from the inside out. You can definitely marinate this like, you know, like if you just kind of twisted everything the front way forwards already, it's no big deal, but it's always nice that when you have the option of being able to do it from the inside. So the flavors are seeped in a lot more thoroughly. So not even cooking wine. You can if you want, I think optional, but I'm gonna do a bit of salt. Just a little bit. Also the rice will have salt to it too, so you don't have to go too crazy. And white pepper, because this is Chinese cuisine. We cook a lot more with white pepper than black pepper. Also has a nice spicy aroma that I really like about white pepper. And then just massage it so it's nice and mixed in. And we'll put this in the fridge until we're ready to use it. We're gonna basically stuff this before, or we're gonna stir fry the fried glutinous rice later when we're ready. And then we're just gonna basically stuff the chicken with the rice and then just pop it into the air fryer or deep fryer if you want, or an oven if you want. But originally the recipe says oven. I think I'm gonna do it into the air fryer and see how that does. Okay, so then now that this is done, we're gonna, once it's like more or less marinated inside, we're gonna flip all the chickens the proper way. And I'm just gonna sprinkle a little bit more salt actually. I wasn't going to, but I'm like, you know what? Actually, it might be salty enough. Maybe I'll keep it as this. I'll just use whatever remaining salt is left in the bowl and on my hands. I don't want it too salty. I don't want to give Shadog a heart attack. And then his heart attack will break his back again. And I do not want to take him back to the walk-in clinic and do all that client intake again. Okay. These look really, really good. I'm just, whatever salt is kind of like left over on the outside, I'm just going to mix that all in there. I'm gonna cover this up and put it in the fridge and just let it marinate for an hour if you have it. Don't worry about the timer for this one. I'm not gonna burden you guys with a third timer because this is pretty flexible. Marinate it for as long as you can. Ideally an hour, if not more. Overnight is good as well. But if you're really, really in a hurry, then maybe like wait 30 minutes or something. But I'm not gonna bother you guys with the timer for this one. I don't think we need it. Delete all. No. Whatever you do, do not delete the existing timers. I beg of you. Whatever you do, do not, I repeat, do not delete the other ongoing timers for the love of God, or else everything is ruined. Everything. Debone the timers. Okay. Yeah. Actually, no, you can do that. You can debone the timers, but do not disarm the timers. Don't delete them. I'll be so sad. How much more time do we have on the 30-minute timer for both things? How close are we? I think we're making great time. Why did I ever doubt myself, guys? Like, why do I ever doubt the great onigiri? I think we're doing great time. It's a construct of the man, and we don't want to serve the man. Girl, what are you talking? I'm a woman. So it's fine. I'm a woman. You don't have to worry about serving the man. You serve the woman in the form of onigiri. The shrine has a rice ball in it or something like that. Okay, put this in the fridge so it's nice and cold and it doesn't spoil. The third dimension, what's the fifth dimension? I might have this at the timer to Jupiter minutes. Okay. You just let me know when 30 minutes in Earth minutes is up. Okay. It doesn't matter if you're translating it to Earth minutes, Jupiter minutes, Mars minutes. Okay. Just when it's up, you let me know. 11 minutes. I could prep. We can maybe start stir frying the glutinous rice because it doesn't matter if the glutinous fried rice is hot or cold.
Reset timers back 1 minute 7 seconds each.
No, actually, that won't actually break anything. That's fine, actually. If you disarm it, oh, cool. In a joking manner in Minecraft, of course. Okay, not literally. But if it's a minute, actually, that's not really a big deal at all. Okay, we can maybe start prepping just a little bit for the stir-fried glutinous rice. Because we're stuffing the fried rice into the chicken wings, ideally, you don't want the fried rice piping hot either, because then cold chicken wing and hot rice, it kind of, you know, it's kind of a risk for salmonella or cross-contamination, things like that. So if we do have the time, it's actually great that we can maybe make the fried rice now. So it'll cool down a little bit when we're ready to stuff the chicken wings and use it and air fry it later. So we'll actually do that now. Now we have the time. We have our little bit of like leeks that we prepped earlier. And I'm just going to chop these into tiny little cubes. You do want to use dried shiitake, not fresh shiitake. Fresh shiitake does not have the concentrated like shiitake, that meaty, umami, earthy type of flavor. Also, the texture is a little bit more different. So I would say do not substitute this for fresh shiitake. Make sure you use the dried shiitake, and the best way is to let it soak overnight in like water in the fridge or something like that. So it's like a kind of like a cold brew. It's like a slow extraction of flavors for the shiitake mushroom. If you really don't have time, you can use hot water and let it soak on your countertop for like 15 minutes or so. It'll hydrate, but it doesn't really extract the flavors as much. So both work. It just kind of depends on time and what kind of final flavor result you're looking for. And definitely save the water if you can for like soups or stocks, depending on whatever you're making. For me, I use it as a soaking liquid for the rice to kind of give the rice a little bit of flavor. Not that I did too much, but for things like soups and stuff, it will do a lot. So keep the water. It's all really, really good resources. Don't waste it. Okay, we have that. I'm gonna grab my char siu. If you have lapcha, so the Chinese red cured sausage, please use that. Leaps and bounds better than the char siu that I have. But char siu is kind of hard to get in Japan. Like I couldn't get any in time. Also, it's optional. Like it kind of just depends on whatever you feel like. I just actually have like these like ramen Chinese char siu things that look delicious, honestly. I think stir fried in rice will be delicious, but the more classic ingredient would be the lapcha. So use that if you can find it. But if you can't, just any like roast pork would do. The Chinese roast pork, the red one, those will go beautifully as well. These ones have great macros too. I was looking at the packaging. It was like 40, 50 grams of protein and like, I don't know, 10 grams of fat or 10, 15 grams of fat or something. And if I trim the fat, I feel like it'll be even less, but we don't have to go that far. Today is not one of those days where we need to make everything out of egg whites. I kind of want to try some though. Can I eat one? Not one. Can I eat some? Oh yeah. Oh, that's really good. It's also a little sweet, kind of like lapcha. Oh, that's really good. I'm gonna dice this. Oh, that's really, really good. It almost has the flavor of Chinese char siu without looking like it. And it's so lean too. Okay, I'm gonna dice this so that it sautés well into the rice. Oh, you can also use ham too, actually. The flavor will be a little bit more different, but I think it'll work beautifully as well. If you can't find like Chinese cured meats, if that's difficult for you, ham would be really good too. Okay, that's really good. That looks beautiful. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum, yum. I'm quality checking. I'm quality checking. This one too big. Too big. We can't let that go through. Yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. That is so good. No, Okay. No, I say foreshadow. No. Well, I'm gonna make the whole. Dude, eat like a protein bar or like a chip or something. Even I ate a protein bar before I started stream because I was getting a little hungry. No one's telling you to starve. We have a lot of healthy, low-calorie options here. Do you want a banana? No one's telling you to starve, bro. Like, starving is also not healthy for you. Your muscles are gonna get anemic if you're not feeding it. There's a right way and a wrong way to go into a calorie deficit, man. A calorie deficit is not starvation, bro. Do you want to go for an extra hour of Owaki's? Wait, what? Me? Why? Why am I doing that? Oh, how's the timer doing? Ooh. Okay. I do have to start planning for the Shengjian belt, so I'm gonna put all the things here. 5% of body fat reduction by
if it eats
November.
Meat, it's a carnivore.
Should be fine.
If it eats plants, it's a herbivore. If it's G-rib, it's a nom-nom-nom-nomnivore.
That checks out. That checks out actually. I don't see what's wrong with that. That's pretty accurate. How much more time do we have left on the Shengjian dough? Are we close? How close are we? I might get this little, oh, I'm not steaming it, am I? Okay. I'm gonna maybe get one of these as a little platform for our finished buns before we put them into the fry pan later on. We'll put it here. 1 minute? Oh, shit. Okay, so it's about 1 minute for both things then, huh? Let's take a look at both of them. Gloves off. Yeah, gloves off. I already gave myself the option for gloves off, so I prefer gloves off. Okay, she doesn't look like much, does she? Let's see if I fucked it up or not. But I think it'll still be pretty delicious. It's just a matter of, will she rise? That's looking pretty good too. I might do the stretch and fold before I start doing the dough, because you know I want to have ample time for the dough. Where did my thing go? Here it is. All right, this is the filling for the Shengjian ball. I have that nice and ready for the side. Can I start doing this? I'm naked. I'm naked. Naked. Can I do the stretch and fold? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the stretch and fold. The 1 hour timer is up. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's do the stretch and fold, our second set of stretch and folds for our sourdough first. So again, keep the hands wet. Samuel, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you, I appreciate it. And then again, just keep stretching and folding until it kind of gets pretty tight and taut. This second round, it definitely feels a lot tighter, less loose, which is a great sign that the gluten is kind of developing and doing good things. Oops. I want to make sure it's folding on top of each other and not kind of like folding back and forth. Okay. Yeah, that was really good. That folded so neatly. I barely had to do anything. That was really, really nice. Okay. Yeah, you can definitely see a lot more tension going on. It's although it's wet, it's definitely a lot more like easy to handle and more pliable. And it doesn't really stick to my hands anymore, which is great. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. I don't want to overwork it. I'm going to do the coil fold after this. So I'm going to keep it the way it is here. Okay. Put the lid back on and we're going to do another 30 minutes, please. Another 30 minutes. And then we're going to do the coil fold after this. I'll explain the coil fold later when we get to it. But the coil fold and the stretch and fold are basically the two folds that you'll need to like kind of master, I suppose. The two kind of folds you're going to be using the most for making sourdough. So once you have a good handle on both of them, you should be a-okay for making sourdough. The more hydration and more wet your dough is, the slightly more difficult it is to do the stretch and folds. So that's why they usually recommend, because the dough will be so loose, that's why they usually recommend a low hydration dough for beginners. This is like medium hydration. This is about 75, 80. This is 80% hydration. So we're challenging ourselves right off the bat. So 30 minutes, please. And we'll do our coil folds after that. Okay. For this one, we need our flour. I'm gonna flour our little work surface here because I'm gonna put the finished buns on this work surface. So just make sure nothing sticks. Just flour everything. Okay, put this off to the side. Okay, and then we're going to very handsomely and generously sprinkle and dust our work surface. We're gonna need quite a bit because she's wet. She's a wet one. And then I'm going to, can I just, is she coming? Okay, slowly. Is she coming? Oh. Oh, she's wet. She's a wet one. I don't know if she was supposed to be exactly this wet, but goddamn, she's wet. Okay. We're gonna need quite a bit of flour for this little guy. Oh, I hope I didn't fuck it up. Okay, so for this one, just pick it up a little bit. So use a bench scraper. Bench scraper is your best friend. So we're gonna roll this into a log, roughly, and we're gonna pinch it so it's nice and sealed. Because she's quite wet, she kind of stretches very easily as well. See how she just instantly kind of became like a log? So this whole time, we're gonna keep her floured. So ideally, she doesn't stick to anything.
Julie, I know you down bad, have menopause, and there was the incidents with the mixer, but you can't bang everything in your kitchen.
Yes, you can. This is my kitchen. And what I say, bangs. Okay? So actually, yes, you can. I'm gonna use maybe I kind of touched this already, so I'm gonna wash this by accident. I'm gonna use a little spoon. I think a little spoon would do. And I'm gonna cut them into basically kind of like, so Chinese is called 鸡子. In English, that just kind of means like little pieces for the wrapper serving. So for dumplings, we cut them into like 小鸡子. And in this case, I'm just gonna eyeball it. I don't actually know how big these buns are gonna be. You can cut them as big and or as small as you want them. Okay, so she's quite soft. So I think if I remember correctly, we don't even need to roll it out because of how soft she is. But we do want to get a nice little, so putting it into the fridge also helps with kind of like making the stuffing a little bit more solidified. So you can kind of roll it into like a nice little round shape as well without it being all soft and goopy. So because it's so soft, you don't have to roll it out. You can just kind of like pick up and pleat. Just make sure your hands are well floured and your other hand is pushing the filling down while your working hand is doing the pleating. God, she's wet. Okay. I'm not sure it's supposed to be this wet. It wasn't supposed to turn out like this. Okay. So she's supposed to look like a bun, not a meatball. But you know what? We're going to roll with it. This was the hand that was dealt. So I'm going to roll with it. I'm going to make sure that every piece is very handsomely floured so I don't risk my hands sticking again. Shengjian ball, yeah. Okay, I'm going to grab a little bit more flour so I can like keep my hands floured. This is more of a rectangle than a circle. It should ideally be a circle, but we're just gonna roll with the cards that were dealt to us. Okay, a nice little ball, put it into the middle, and your left hand is pushing the filling downwards while your right hand is the one turning into circles and pleating, and you're just slightly like tucking up a little bit as well, just so you can yank it a little. So it'll go up to the sides and seal it. And then I just put the sealed part on the bottom in this case. You can have it on the bottom, you can have it on the top. If it's like nice and pretty, then obviously you can have it at the top. It's worthwhile to show it off. You worked really hard on it. But if it's like mine and it's a little bit wacky, I just leave it on the bottom. Can I do a... I'm getting greedy. I'm getting greedy. No, 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 no. I couldn't possibly. I couldn't possibly. I'm getting greedy. Okay. Take a little bit. Take a little bit out. I hope you're able to see that I'm like, the left thumb is pushing it in while the right hand is like yanking upwards and crimping and sealing. And then try to get it off your hand. It is like a Shengjian ball at this point. This is unprecedented stuff, guys. Unprecedented. I've never seen a Shengjian ball that looks like a tangyuan. But here we are. Here we are. I'm 3 hours late to my morning culinary class. Don't worry, I'll catch you up on what we were doing. We made a sourdough, the beginnings of a sourdough. That's kind of like doing its thing right now. We're going to start our stretch and fold very soon. We're making our Shengjian ball with the dough that we made. And I'm going to just fill it with a little bit of meat. If the meat kind of fills basically the whole portion of the dough, chances are it's probably enough filling. Also, because it's a rectangle and the sides are quite thick, it has a lot of extra leeway. Okay, this one's a little bit more loose, but we sealed that pretty well, actually. Look at that. Yay. All right. I have to flour my hands as well. I'm trying to keep this side on the bottom because this side looks like it has more flour on it. It also looks a bit flatter. So when we're folding it, I would imagine it's a little bit cleaner if I keep the flatter side on the bottom. Another nice little ball. So pinch and yank it up a little bit and twist. Pinch up, yank up, and twist. So pinch, lift up, yank, and then pinch. And then you just rinse and repeat until all of it is done. And wherever is sticky, just roll it around lightly in flour. This isn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to be that sticky, but we're just going to problem solve as we go. And if it's a little bit sticking, just use your bench scraper. And you don't have to roll it out or anything, like I said. Because she's so soft, you can just literally pinch and yank very, very easily. And I'm gonna try to use my spoon and make the dumpling, make the filling as round as I can. So it makes the folding process a lot easier. The more neat the meat is, the easier it is to fold in. Okay. Pinch, lift up, yank, and twist. I think it flew off. No, no, no. If you're, yank it gently, okay? Don't yank it as hard as you can. When did I say yank it as hard as you can? Gently. Always very, very gentle. You never want to be too rough with this stuff because look how soft he is, okay? Very, very, very gently. But you want to pinch. What did I say? It was pinch, yank, twist. Pinch, yank, twist. Okay, a nice little circle. Pinch, yank, twist. 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 The yanking is very important or else you're not going to be able to cover the meat. So you want to make sure you're always yanking. Just don't yank too hard, obviously, but you do need to yank a little bit or else it's not going to actually go over the meat. And obviously you want it to go over the meat or else you're not really making a bao. Okay, very, very last one. I'm going to see if I can artificially turn it into something a little bit rounder. So it's a bit easier. Because I flattened this guy out a little bit, I'm not going to go crazy on the meat. I'm going to try to keep it roughly the same size as everybody else. Because I flattened it a little bit, it's giving it an artificial sense that this wrapper is a lot bigger when they're all pretty much the same. So to make sure that you're not accidentally overstuffing your bao, you don't want to add too much meat. Everything should be pretty uniform. And I pretty much made sure that all of the the portions that I cut were pretty much the same. Unfortunately, we don't have a nice, pretty, like, pleat to show off because the dough is a bit soft. Next time, I might do a little bit less water so it's less this soft. But lesson learned. That's totally fine. It's not really a big deal. We were able to make the most out of it. We're overstuffing? No, we never want to overstuff. I tend to want to overstuff because I get really confident and I make dumplings a lot. So I have a good understanding of how much is enough or how much is too, like the brink basically before it starts to like pop and bust and like, you know, overflow and break everywhere. These ones were pretty modest, honestly. If this was like my mom, I think she would have like filled it like a lot more crazy. My mom and my dad are a lot more experienced with it than I am, even though I've been making dumplings for so many years. Okay, so these are our little guys, our little Shengjian bao. I'm gonna actually start putting them in the pan now, so Shadow has something to eat. Also, these are gonna be our first dish to serve up while we work on everything else. And I can also wash the dishes while the Shengjian bao are like, you know, getting worked on. So you want to have a little bit of, so we don't turn the pan on, medium heat, not too high, just medium. A bit of oil. We're not going to do the healthy eating little oil spritzer. We're going to make sure this whole pan is covered with oil. Okay. Have you seen that? Yeah, the one where like the dough is like literally a tiny little circle thing and then the meat is like the biggest wad of meatball ever. I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, so I have, basically you want enough oil where it looks like it's almost too much. And it's able to cover the whole pan completely. Now's not the time to save on oil, unfortunately. As much as I want to use my little spritzer, that's not the vibe. So a lot of people do it differently. Some people add in the buns after the oil is hot and then they add in water. Some people add it in before anything is hot and they add oil and water all at the same time. I kind of like the concept of adding the oil and water all at the same time because once the water is evaporated, you know that you only have a little bit more time left for the bottom to kind of grill, basically. Whereas if you sear it first and add water, you have a chance of accidentally overcooking it or potentially burning it because you can't tell if the water is gone or not or something like that. So I might actually do it with the oil water together. But since it's already kind of like on and hot, I'm going to start. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. I gotta get this guy out. I gotta dry him off. I need to use him. The bench scraper will be your best friend, okay? It doesn't matter if you're making bread, cake, savory food. Please invest in a bench scraper. They're not even that expensive, but it will be your best friend. I'm gonna have to. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna put it at a lower heat because I'm worried about temperature control. Okay. Okay. Ow. Got a little bit of hot oil on my fingertips, but that's okay. Worth it, I guess. Okay. She's looking a little wacky whack. Okay, and a 1/4 cup of water. Where's my lid? Oh no, I don't have a big lid. I guess I'll use this. I use my big lid for my sourdough. I have the Temperature at, I'm going to do it at medium low. I'm a little worried. I'm going to have it at medium low. I don't want to be too over enthusiastic and burn it at medium because the oil was pretty hot already. Say a little prayer, boys and girls, because this could be anything. I don't really know. Say a little prayer. I'm gonna put this back in the fridge for now because I don't have the space right now. I'll cook off. I'll make meatballs another day or something. Say a little prayer. Okay, I'm gonna wash this real quick. And in that time, I think maybe we'll get pretty close. They cook pretty quickly. They don't take that long to cook at all, especially because they're so small. I hope that they'll be able to steam nice and good and get nice and puffy. Also, the intention behind a really soft dough is that the bottom will be really crispy because that's where it's touching the oil, but the top where it's being steamed will be really, really soft and fluffy and not dense. That's also part of the reasoning as to why we want a slightly softer dough compared to normal. But if you're unconfident and you just want to like lean towards whatever you're familiar with and you want to do a drier dough, that's totally fine. It'll still be good. And if anything, it gives you less chances to fuck up because it's a lot less delicate. Oh, a little bit of rice on there still. And then once that's done, we can stir fry our glutinous rice. How much more time on our sourdough? I feel like maybe not time yet, but potentially close. How much more time? 11? 11, 13? Okay. Very close. But at least we have one dish done. That's actually pretty good. We have all the other dishes prepped and ready to go, more or less. Uh-oh. It says it's too hot. Does it smell like it's burning? Uh-oh. Okay, I hear a lot of loud sounds, and I don't know if that's good. I fear it's the dough wrapper like breaking, so the juices are leaking out. That's my fear. Because I hear a lot of like sizzling sound. And the sizzle ideally should stop once the water evaporates. You know what I mean? Let's see. Is it still sourdough? Is it just bread? Well, I don't have a sourdough starter, but I will ferment it for 72 hours. So it'll be a little bit sour. It has a little bit of that fragrance, but not the full condensed version of it because I'm not using a starter. But we're not gonna be baking off the bread today. The bread I'll be baking off on the weekend. Or like sometime next week. The dough is juicing. It is. I kind of want to peek into it, but I'm scared. Oh. Oh, wait, she's so handsome. Oh, wait. Guys. Wait, hold on. Oh, she's... Okay, I'm going to turn the heat up, actually. So the bottom is crisping, but a little lightly. So I'm going to actually turn the heat up. And I'm going to just keep it back on just a little bit. I mean, there's no more water left, but I can still retain a little bit of that moisture. She's so cute. She's like yellow, not golden brown yet. So I think she can afford a little bit more heat on her bottom so she can get a little bit more crispy. Yeah, the water is definitely gone already, but I think the top is pretty cooked. It'll just retain a little bit of heat, not much. But she's so cute. I have a little bit of sesame seeds. I don't have black sesame, unfortunately. Let me taste them, make sure they're still okay. so good. Okay, I hear a little bit more sizzling. Oh, oh, that's really good. Check that out. Oh. Oh yeah. Sheesh. Okay. I'm gonna turn that off. That looks really, really, really good. If I had black sesame, it'll look a little bit more authentic, but we'll take white sesame. These are pre-toasted. All right, Shadog, do you want to come downstairs so you can try a little bit? Hopefully they're cooked. Actually, just in case. Actually, wait, I forgot. Shadog is the one that's eating it. Just in case, I'm going to heat up. I'm going to let the bottom steam just a little bit. Just in case. I want to make sure. I know the buns are good, but I want to make sure that it's fully cooked for the meat inside. Why flip it? You don't need to, but I'm worried that the meat inside isn't fully cooked yet because they're looking big and voluminous. And it didn't take that long to get this color, which is perfect. So the other side has room for error because the other side is still not pan-seared. If I keep searing it on the same side that's pan-seared, it'll just get darker and darker. So just in case. Yeah, listen to the sound of him slapping his belly. I'm gonna just let this just steam off just a little bit, just to be doubly sure that I'm not serving like raw meat.
Oh, definitely not raw meat.
Oh no, not for the king. Not for the king Shadog. Definitely not. No, sir. I wouldn't want something cringe like that. For sure not. 100% no. Checking on my sourdough. She's looking pretty good. Oh! No, I dropped the lid in her body. Thankfully, she's already getting a lot more gluten development, so it's actually not that bad. It didn't stick too much. It kind of wobbled and then it dropped down. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's actually not ruined at all, but just surprised me. It startled me a little bit.
Rookie.
That's my second jump of the chair. What was the first jump of your chair? I don't think I did anything to scare you, other than potentially just now. Okay, let me take a little looky look.
Wow.
It's extra crispy for Shadog. Shadog is a crisp man, so she's extra crispy for the man. The dog.
I am a dog.
But that's super crispy. That's a nice little crunch to that. Okay, I'm gonna grab one and open it up first to see if it's cooked. And in the meantime, I'll turn the heat down a little bit just in case. Okay. I don't know if you can hear that. That's pretty good.
Whoa. Far out, dude.
She's a little hot, but is she juicy? I wanted to break it open, but I might just have to bite it because she might be pretty juicy. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Stop scaring me! Ooh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, she's cooked.
That was good.
Oh yeah, she's cooked. All right, time to have a little taste.
I can put 6 on there and then I will.
Yeah. That's really good.
Xiaobing.
You don't have to eat all of it, Shadog, because we have stuffed
Okay, let's do that.
lo mai chao
I'm
fan.
good. I'm good.
No, I'm just gonna serve it all because I need the pot.
You put it on a separate plate for me, then just put like 3.
Why? Just eat from the whole pan.
I can't.
Why?
It's too heavy.
What do you mean it's too big?
You need to leave it there for like the presentation at the end.
Oh, just leave a little bit because you're not gonna eat all of it.
It's gonna be too messy.
Here.
No, just give me like a 2 on
Just
plate.
take it!
No, just give me 2 on plate.
You're so annoying. Okay, I guess we can combine the fried chicken wings onto this plate later. He literally went upstairs, man. He took the food and just cacawed upstairs. Okay, I'll leave that over there while I finish this off just a little bit, really quick. And then we'll saute our glutinous rice. That's really good. Nice and fluffy in the middle. Not too salty. So you want to dip it in chili oil, soy sauce, or whatever. Really, really good. Are we taking this into my study? Yeah, he just flew upstairs. The dough is not too thick. Look at that. The top layer, beautifully thin. The bottom, where we pleated it, a little bit thicker, as you would expect, because we're pleating it and pinching it down to the bottom. But it's not overly thick. It's not overly doughy. I think it's a really, really good balance. I think that works out for the better. A lot harder to handle, but very delicious outcome. That's so good. That's really, really nice. Partially, part of me wants to keep this oil. I know it's just cooking oil, but I feel like if there was a little bit of soup that leaked out, it must be quite flavorful. And part of me wants to keep this so we can reuse this oil and flavor for the fried glutinous rice for the chicken wing. How are we doing on the timer? Can I do the thing soon? It's just flour. It didn't look like any leaked. Yeah, I guess you're right, but a little bit of sesame in there. I think a little bit leaked, the tiniest amount, because if you see in the pot, oh, my hands are wet, the pot in there, there's a little bit of fond on the very, very bottom. Tiny amount. Almost a minute or two? Oh, then that's totally fine. I'm going to coil fold now. Okay, so the concept for a coil fold is now we want to coil it. So earlier we were stretching and folding. So we were picking it up from the side, stretching it, folding it on itself, twisting it a little, grabbing another edge, lifting it up, stretching it, folding on its side. Now we're coiling. So coiling is we want 2 hands. So now you want both hands to be wet. You want to pick it up from the middle part and you want to basically slowly stretch it and wiggle it so it kind of folds on each other, and you want to drop it in a way where it's coiling and folding on top of itself. So you don't want to fold it over. You want to fold it under, because right now the dough is still quite wet and stretchy. It'll basically start drooping. So when you're picking it up from the middle, the sides will still be a little bit stuck to the bowl on both sides, and that's totally fine. You just want to pick it up a little bit, just slowly encourage it to kind of come forwards just a little and have it coil on itself forwards. It's a little bit easier to control once forwards. And you do it again. You pick it up again, let it coil forwards a little bit, and again until it kind of turns into like a nice little oblong shape. And then you want to just turn it 90 degrees and kind of just make sure it's nice and full on itself, so it's nice and taut with high tension. Put the lid back on, wait 30 minutes, we come back and do a second coil fold later. Then that's all it is to it. It's very, very quick, but it just takes a little bit of delicate work. Okay. So wet your hands so it doesn't stick. Pick it from the bottom. Just slowly pick it up and kind of coil it forwards a little bit. I'm going to pick it up slowly until it kind of unsticks. Pick it up and throw into the forwards a little bit. Pick it up until it kind of slowly unsticks, but fold it over forwards so it's nice and tight, making that coil. Okay, and then perfect. So now we did our coil fold. I'm just going to do it the other way, just really quickly, so we have a nice taut dough. And that's literally it. Look how. All right, 30 minutes, please. 30 minutes. We'll do it. We'll do that exact same thing one more time. And then we're done with the sourdough. We're just going to let that sleep in the fridge for 72 hours. So I'm going to check back on this on Sunday. Because it's not sourdough starter, it needs time to ferment and get that like nice sour like yeast taste. So you do need that long in the fridge, at least, to let it do its thing. 30 minutes, please. A Sunday stream? Oh no, I'm not gonna stream the bread making on Sunday. The bread making is literally just like, I'm gonna add in like lao gan ma and green onions, a little bit of cheddar cheese, a little bit of like, you know, bird's eye chili, and I'm gonna fold it in. And then I'm just gonna put it into like a banneton, and then I'm gonna have to wait another 1 day or 2 days. So it's like kind of a week process. So I'm not gonna turn the stream on for legit like 30 minutes just to show you guys what inclusions I'm doing and put it into a banneton, and I go like, okay, good night. Time to move on. See you guys in 3 days so we can continue fermenting and rising. So I'm not gonna do that. But we might have an overtime for something else. I have to wait and confirm, but we might have an overtime for something else this weekend. Is my face okay? No. But there is no bread making. If there's overlap, then I can show you guys the next steps for the bread. But if there isn't any overlap, we'll do an Onimart overtime, but for something else. I want to see the whole bread process. Well, okay, with the fermentation, because it takes time, I think I can probably bake off the bread next week for stream, like at the beginning of stream. That actually is very, very much possible, because I'm just going to have it ferment in the fridge again anyways. I don't check until Sunday. Can I wait until Wednesday? 72 hours. So tomorrow midnight is 24. So that's Friday midnight, Saturday midnight, Sunday midnight, Monday morning, I do the inclusions. Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning. Yeah, I think I can actually make it until Wednesday. I can probably bake it off on Wednesday, but you're just not going to see the middle step. The middle step is just watch a YouTube video, guys. I'm also watching the YouTube video because this is my first time making a sourdough loaf. I'm also learning from the video, okay? But you'll probably be able to see the finishing process of me taking out the banneton and baking it and scoring it and all that stuff, and we can see like the final result. It's like, so that's pretty rewarding, hopefully, unless I fail. But either way. But you're just not going to see the middle process of me adding the inclusions. So all of the flavors, basically, of the bread itself. Why won't you make a video for us to watch? Dude, it's not an actual, like, Dear Diary, Sunday, June 2nd, sunny, 4 p.m. JST. I put in inclusions to my sourdough. Here is what happened. Will the gluten matrix hold for 7 days? I have to double check. I feel like I can maybe push it to Wednesday, but that's just like me being a noob and I have no idea if that'll actually work or not. I have to maybe watch a few more reference videos and see how long they usually wait for the second proof to happen. If it's only a day or something, I'm baking it before. I don't want to ruin like a good potential sourdough just because I want to wait until Wednesday. So I'll probably just show you the final result on Wednesday if it's good or bad. you'll be able to see it. I'm going to turn the heat back on here. Turn the fire back on. Oh. We're going to start sauteing for our fried rice, our glutinous fried rice. We have our fried rice here that was already, it has sesame oil in it, so it doesn't like, you know, get too sticky, hopefully. Also kind of like a little bit of a seasoning and flavoring. She's already quite cold and stuck together, but no worries. She'll fry nicely. And we have our rehydrated shiitake with a little bit of like minced leeks on the bottom, just some extra from the bun stuffing. And we have diced chashu. It's almost like, it almost tastes like Chinese chashu, honestly. It's like Japanese chashu, but it's like sweet and salty. I think sweet and salty is the key here. If you can get a sweet and salty, a cured meat of some sort, or like cooked meat of some sort, I think that's probably the best way to do it. If you don't mind the seafood or fishy taste, I mentioned this earlier, but I'll mention it again. You can, the more classic way is adding one lapcha, which is like the red cured meat sausage that we have in Chinese cooking, but this is also a really great option. You also want to have rehydrated dried shrimp and rehydrated dried scallop. That'll give it a lot more body and that seafood umami. Shadow doesn't like seafood like that. He doesn't really like the seafood stank, so I'm omitting it just for, you know, Oni Mart. In this house, we don't use dried shrimp. He hates that stuff. But traditionally it does have it. So you can modify it however you see fit. But if you're, let's say, like vegan or something, you can just do the shiitake. I'm also going to add a little bit of dashi to kind of fake that seafood taste without that seafood stank to it. Just a little bit, just to kind of round out the flavor a little. But I'm using the oil that I used to make the Shengjian bao. You don't have to. But I think it has nice, good flavor in it, so I don't want to waste it. We're going to saute the meat first until it's like kind of nice and golden, a little warm through, a little charred. And then we're going to add in the mushrooms, saute that, and then we're going to add in the rice. And the seasoning is very simple. Just dark soy sauce and white pepper and a little bit of MSG if you want to add that. Mostly because usually for the fried rice, the glutinous fried rice, it's always like a beautiful amber color. So if you only add in soy sauce, you can, but it's not going to look very flavorful. It'll look like this color. You want it a bit more brownish and amberish. It's the traditional aesthetic. So instead of using soy sauce, we're going to use dark soy sauce as the only seasoning factor because the chashu is already salty. I'm actually going to, instead of using this, I'm going to use a spatula because we're going to have to put in our rice later. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Put in our leek. And also just, I still have a little bit of this like pre-grated ginger garlic thing. So I'm just going to finish off the tube. It's already pre-grated for you, so it makes cooking a little easier. Let that mix in all nice and good as well. What's the temperature at? Medium. I think I might actually turn it to medium high-ish. A little bit hotter. So we can quickly stir fry the fried rice. And get the individual kernels like all heated through. If the heat is a little bit too low, I feel like it'll just kind of like mush together. But if the heat is higher, I think it'll separate a little bit nicer when we stir fry it. Also, I kind of want a nice little char on the meat. I always end up over seasoning my rice. You can taste as you go, but if you're layering as well and you're like seasoning as if you aren't, then you might end up over seasoning it by accident. So normally when I season by layers, I always do a lot less than I think I need. And usually that ends up working out for me. But it happens when I make things too salty by accident as well. That's very normal. Okay, rice going in. Ooh. She's a big fat one. Okay. I'm going to break that up just a little bit. The pan was pretty heavily oiled earlier. We were using the oil from stir frying the Shengjian ball, but you don't want to hold back on the oil. This is not the time for you to be conscientious about how much fat you're inputting into your fried rice, because glutinous rice obviously wants to stick because it's sticky. And to make it individually kerneled, you do need quite a bit of oil to kind of keep everything separated. So not only did I put in a bit of sesame oil to keep it separated when it's cooking or cooling down, you also want to add a lot of oil in the stir frying process. I'll probably add more as I go, but we started off with quite a bit. So I'm just going to see how this pans out first, and then we can always add more. But I'm going to have to break this up a little. And we're going to use this as our chicken wing stuffing, which probably is a bit more than we need. We'll just eat this on our cheat day. I will gladly eat this on my cheat day. I will eat this with tears coming out of my eyes. Happy tears. Not the most diet friendly though, unfortunately. Okay, she's separating. Pretty good actually. I want to make sure she's nice and individually separated before I start adding in the dark soy sauce, or else the seasoning might be a little bit uneven. I would imagine a little bit of Maggi sauce would go a long way at this point as well. The original recipe didn't say Maggi sauce, but you know what? Sometimes Chinese cooking depends on the family style. I feel like dark soy sauce and a little bit of Maggi sauce, a little bit of MSG or chicken bouillon. That would be really delicious. Okay, does it flip? Not really. Then I'll just use my spatula. But she's looking good. Lucy, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in, I appreciate it. And Dr. Gizmo, thank you for the 36 months Prime. Thank you. Okay, time for dark soy sauce. Oh, that's a lot. Dark soy sauce is very, very dark, so you don't want to go too heavy-handed right off the bat. You kind of want to stir everything in, see if you like the color, and keep adding in more. Dark soy sauce is more color than flavor, so it'll look salty, but it probably won't be the most saltiest thing ever. But that's why I didn't add in salt. I'm going to make sure my dark soy sauce color is correct. And then whatever flavor we feel like we're lacking, we can always substitute it and make up for it using soy sauce, Maggi sauce, salt, whatever else you want to add in. But I think it could be a little bit darker, so I'm going to do a little bit more. I'm also going to turn the heat down a little bit now, because now that it's nice and like individual rice grains, we don't have to have it too hot, or else I worry the meat and everything is going to start cooking too much. Okay, that color looks very good. I'm going to add in MSG, and then I'll taste it. And then I'll taste it to see if I like the flavor, see if it needs a more salt or Maggi sauce or whatever, because the base of it looks quite good. And I am sweating. This is grueling work in the kitchen. Where's the yum yum powder? I just added it in. The yum yum went in. A little bit of yum yum. I love that guy. Okay, I'm gonna try a little bit. Actually, I think that's pretty good. I don't think I want that too salty. Maybe just a little bit of Maggi sauce, the tiniest little bit. But because our chicken wings are seasoned as well, you don't want everything to be like super, super salty, or else it'll just be salt on salt. But that's actually quite perfect. I just added like a tiny little splash of Maggi sauce. But that tastes delicious. Okay, we're gonna let that, put that in the bowl. Ideally let it cool down a little bit, but I think maybe we're gonna start stuffing it and then we'll make our shrimp. I mean, fish. We're gonna make our squirrel fish. And mochi, Shanghai mochi. Yummy. Okay, one more taste. Not that we can fix it too much anymore, but yum, 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 yum. Oh, oh, God bless fried glutinous rice, man. Oh, it's so good. It's just so annoying to make. Also not very healthy for you. But it's so good. Look how it just cleaned up all the oil in the pan. It sucks up so much oil, so it's not the best for the pant line. But it's okay. Don't tell your mom. Don't tell your mom that we're eating all of it. Or we're going to try stuffing all of it. I don't think we'll end up using all of it though, because the chicken wings aren't that fat. It's like licking the spatula for baking, but this is way better. It's like caramelized, crusty, glutinous rice. So good. Okay, I'm gonna let that uncovered, just chill for a little bit, so it's a little bit easier for me to touch with my hand. I have like a little bit of leakage in my basket. I'll have to deal with that another time. Gotta work off the calories. Well, tomorrow we're cycling all the way to Saitama. Tomorrow is finally our Onimart e-bike maiden voyage. Also, I did not name it Dumpy Sally. Who said I named it Dumpy Sally? Shadow was talking about the bike and everyone's like, oh, you mean Dumpy Sally? Did I actually name it Dumpy Sally? Because I don't remember agreeing to that name unless I also have short-term memory loss. I don't think I did. Full battery. Oh my God, you're right. You're right. Oh my God. Is Shadow listening? Can you remind me to charge my battery is actually at 90%. And I've been driving it for like, I don't know, a whole last week. But I always keep it at like the most lowest power output. So I think I should be okay, but better safe than sorry. Dementia is a sneaky one. I feel like you're yanking my chain. I feel like I never agreed to Dumpy Sally. I feel like you're lying to me. Shadow was like, why would she name it Dumpy Sally? And I'm like lurking and I'm like, I don't think I named it Dumpy Sally. Yeah, our e-bike debut is gonna be tomorrow. I'm very excited. Maiden voyage, and we're gonna be traveling far from home. Not super far, but definitely the furthest I've been, I think. I think this is way further than Odaiba, right? Up until now, Odaiba is the furthest I've ever been on bicycle. I think Saitama would now be the newest furthest I've been. Ride that e-bike, hard to break her in. Actually, no, I've been really loving my bike. I think in terms of how it handles and how it fits my body and stuff like that, I actually feel like it feels so much more comfortable compared to my old bike. I just feel like maybe just with the height of the handles and the seat and just how the bike overlay is and stuff like that, it's very comfortable. I'm really enjoying this new e-bike. It's very easy to ride. Also, I have it at the lowest output so that I still get a little bit of exercise. I don't want to fully depend on it and like feel like I'm not pushing at all. So it's actually pretty hard to like go fast unless you're really putting an effort, even at the lowest output. So I've been keeping it at the highest gear and lowest output this whole time. And I don't know, I've been really enjoying it. I think it feels real good. It rides real well. Wasn't Canada the furthest you were from home? No, on my bike, not from home. I meant like from home from my bike. Are you sure you're an oni and not an angel? God, stop. It's the Chinese food, isn't it? It's always the Chinese food. It just brings something out of people, man. I appreciate it though. Okay. Should I stuff the chicken or should I fillet my fish? How hot is this? It feels kind of hot. Yeah, I feel like it might be a bit too hot. How are we doing on the timer for the sourdough? Are we close to stretch and folding? Depending on how close we are, I will decide what I want to do. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Can I fillet a fish in 10 minutes? Or a little bit longer than 10 minutes is fine too. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, huh? 10 minutes. Okay. So you're ideally you want to get like a white fish fillet of some sort, bass, halibut, what is it? Largemouth bass? I don't know, whatever. That has like nice fleshy meat on it with less bone. You do want skin on. It does not have to be a full fish. This is actually not the fish that Chinese restaurants usually use. The Chinese restaurants usually use like some kind of a freshwater bass or something like that. It's quite big. So when you serve it at a restaurant, it looks very like fantastical and impressive. This is just whatever is seasonal in Japan right now. But they said that this fish is really good for sashimi. So if it's good for sashimi, that means it's probably not that many bones and a lot of fleshy flesh. So I'm just kind of inferring information here. I've never worked with this fish before. I don't even know what it's called in English. I Google translated it and the translation had no idea what it was either, but it says it was a sashimi fish. So I'm like, that should be promising. It does have scales on it. Fuck my life. Okay. Well, time to get fishing. Oh, actually, hold on. Stare at this for a little bit. I'm gonna clean out my sink real quick. It's getting a little clogged. I'm gonna grab another one of those sink wrapper things. Stare into his eyes deeply. Squirrel fish? Yes, it's basically a fried fish dish with a ketchup sweet and sour sauce, but the way you fry it makes it almost look like a squirrel tail, so that's why it's called 松鼠鱼 or squirrel fish. Fuck. Okay, I did not expect the fish to have that much gills on it. I'm a little taken aback, but we can maybe make it work. Where is my other fish scissor that Shadog got me? Oh, here. It's blending in with everything. Okay, little guy. Time to die. Cut the hands off. No hands. You're not allowed to have hands. No more waving hellos and goodbyes. Okay. And I assume I cut these guys off too. Ow! Okay. So it doesn't, do I cut these guys off? Do I cut these guys off? Well, they're coming off now. Don't want to cut my hands, but I'm not very familiar working with fish. Okay, so the gills are off. Not gills, the little fins are off. And then I'm going to descale it. What my dad does, oh, no hands. Goodbye, hands. No little hands either. Be gone. Oh, its tummy is so soft. No more hands. Okay. It can no longer wave goodbye. First, it could not wave hello. Now it cannot wave goodbye. I'm going to have a little bit of cold water running on it. Wash a bit of the slime off. I'm really hoping this fish works. If I absolutely butcher this fish to obscenity, or it's just not very fleshy, we'll have to skip the dish because I don't really know what else I can do about it. Okay, I should have got that fish descaler. I saw it in, what was it called? In Kappabashi. Okay, I'm descaling. Basically, the scales run this way. So if you slide it the other way, the scales are going to fall off. You just want to use a knife and just like, you know, gently push it down. Run it under water so the scales don't jump everywhere. Oh, this is a mess. Ah! Okay, when I wasn't looking, I might have scratched my hand. This is messy business. This is messy business. And you can tell if you've descaled it because you can see a change in color slightly. I don't know if you can see it, but oh God. Oh God. Careful, 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 careful. Watch the hand, watch the hand, watch the hand. Slow, definitive strokes. Ah! Okay. Okay, is she clean? Maybe. You want to run it under water. It prevents the scales from jumping all over the place. And then your whole kitchen is just covered in scales. It'll still jump a little bit, but at least it makes it more controlled. Sometimes when my dad makes like fish, I literally see him covered in scales after the job is done, and it's like kind of crazy. Next time, buy a pre-descaled fish, or just get a descaler. That also works. Just get a descaler, Gary. Why didn't you get a descaler? I can't read chat right now because I don't want to cut my hands off. I already almost did that. Come on. Come on. Just a little bit more on the tail. Just a little bit more. Okay. How's that feel? That feels pretty good, actually. A little bit more on the belly, maybe. A little bit over here. How about this side? I didn't actually quality check this side. This side, the head doesn't feel great, but everything else feels all right, actually. Okay. Okay. Am I covered in scales? I am. 1 scale, 2 scales. Not too bad. Do I have any on my face? I can't tell. Sometimes I'll be like, Daddy, how's dinner coming along? And he'll be like, what? And then I look at him and he's just covered with scales all over his face because he's like descaling like a huge ass fish of some sort. Okay, that's actually was not as horrible as I thought, but it was still pretty horrible. Not that much all over the place. Most of it fell into the sink. The water kind of like takes the scales and puts it into the sink. So I can kind of see my sink with a bunch of scales in there. Not too bad. Oh God. Okay. Wiping any potential water and scales. So the fish tail we want to keep on. The head we cut off, but the head apparently we fry. But you also want to take the brains out, and I watched one video and I'm like, yeah, I understand that. And that was 4 hours ago. And now I'm like, you know, maybe I don't understand it. Oh, there's still gills in there. I think you're supposed to remove the gills somehow as well. I'm feeling uncomfortable. How do you get the intestines out? I feel like I'm hurting it. As I'm like, hello? I feel like I'm hurting it. Okay. All right. Well, I think you're supposed to cut it right behind the gill area. there it goes. Mmm. Okay. Do I just cut it like this and get the intestines out? Shit. I don't want to break the bladder because that's what makes it bitter. Okay. It's actually not that disgusting because I see my dad do it all the time, but it's just a little nerve-wracking when I'm the one that has to do it. I didn't pop anything, did I? Okay, wash the blood out because you don't want any of that blood taste lingering. Okay, so all of the intestines came out all together, by the way. You just kind of use the scissors to cut it open. There's a bit of an air pocket here. I'm going to cut that open because I don't know what that is. But I'm going to wash everything just in case. Nice and clean. I don't know if I can be a fish wrangler, guys. This is rough. I don't know if I can become a fish wrangler. Okay. I feel like because I didn't do the... Okay, okay. Oh, there's blood every... Ah! Okay. Please don't report me to the police. This is fish, I swear. It's fish. It's fish. I swear. Never wash saltwater fish with fresh water. What? You have to wash saltwater fish with salt water? You have to go out of your way to make salt water? That's crazy. I don't actually know what this is, but now I kind of wish I checked. Okay, I'm watching the cavity. I also realized just from feeling it that I didn't descale this part the best. I can still feel a little bit of like scales and stuff like that. And it doesn't look like I'm able to really use it for the actual frying process because we want the meaty parts. So just to get ahead of it, I'm going to just use my kitchen fish shears and just cut it off. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this, but I feel like it's not really adding anything. If anything, it's kind of taking away. And I don't want to accidentally eat fish scales, so I'm just going to toss that. I'm going to deal with, well, it's got like liver in there and stuff like that. I would like to fry the head for the whole effect, but I'm not fully committed yet. I don't really know. Okay, so, and then apparently you just glide it over the middle bone area and then fillet it. Wish me luck. Okay, I see the middle bone. I feel it. Cool. I'm cutting it along the spine. At least I hope I am. And don't cut it all the way through for the tail. You want to keep it still intact. Okay, so we got some good flesh on it. That's pretty good. It's not the cleanest, but you know, for a first time it's not too bad. I'm going to rinse and repeat on the other side. I'm just trying to angle it right above where that spine is. And again, don't cut it all the way through. Keep a bit attached. Okay. A little bit of waste. I definitely feel it. A little bit of waste, but I think for a beginner, it's not forgivable. Not the best, but forgivable. You can probably save this for like stock potentially. This is a sashimi friendly fish. So if you do get it fresh, you should be able to, oh, I can feel the, what I think is bone. Is it bone? Or is it? Oh yeah, it's still little bones in there. Do I have tweezers? Aw, man. Okay. I feel like tiny little bones in here, but the other side doesn't feel as bony. I'm not sure what the difference was. I don't think I have tweezers with me. Dude, if this was a sashimi, this would be the ugliest sashimi ever. But thankfully it's not sashimi. Maybe I'll just make Shadow eat the bone, but he really hates bone. So he'll be very, very upset if I made him eat the bone. Just pick it out when you eat it. I don't think I have tweezers. I only have eyebrow tweezers, and I do not want to use my eyebrow tweezers on fish. You can definitely leave this and like pick it out later, but Shadow would not eat it if there was a shred of bone in there. And I still want him to try it. Well, the thing is, we don't actually need the meat super, super cleanly intact because we're going to be cutting it into little grids. We want that very distinct little checkerboard kind of a look. So whether the fish meat stays perfectly pristine and flat does not matter because we're going to be cutting it anyways. So it doesn't actually ruin the overall dish. It's just a little bit annoying is all. No. That one might have disappeared into the void a little. No, right there. I see it. Nope. Come on. Tweezers are better. Okay. Okay. Yep, we're good. I got it all. I got it all. Make sure I don't accidentally incorporate that into... She's murdering him with bone ingestion. He's a very picky guy, guys. You already know this. He's a very, very picky guy. If he even senses a bone, or honestly, I don't even know if he's gonna eat this, even after all the effort that I put in, because he's not a huge fan of fish like this. But I still want to increase the chances and the probability that he might try it and eat it. So, okay. So for the squirrel fish, the distinct thing about the squirrel fish is it's like a very checkerboard type of a design when you fry it. So what we're going to do is you want to keep one side off. You want to make sure if you're using a fillet and not a whole fish, make sure you buy the fillet with the skin on. That's the most important thing. You want the skin on so it has something for the meat to hold on to when you're frying it so it's not falling apart. So you want to use your cleaver or your knife and you want to basically score the meat really gently. Oh, there's a bit of bone here. You want to score the meat really gently, not through the skin, just through the flesh, which takes a bit of practice because I can't tell exactly how deep I'm scoring it. Ooh. Ooh, that one went over a little bit, so I'm gonna be really, really careful to not score it over. Okay, and then, so you score it this way, and now you score it this way. But all the videos that I watched, they don't, oh, bread check? Okay, they don't, let me just finish this. I think it'll be okay. It's not gonna run away. They don't cut it directly down. They cut it on a bias. so that it has more flesh. So when you fry it, more flesh will be standing up. If you only cut it this way, the cuts are very shallow. So when you fry it, the design isn't as apparent. But if you cut it on a bias, it'll basically stand erect when you fry it. So it has a lot more of a presence to it. So how they were doing it is basically on a bias this way. Again, not through the skin. And they kind of lift it up a little bit like that so they can check their cuts each and every time. Not through to the skin. Be really careful. And it should give us some nice, like, see how we get that nice little fleshy pieces right there? That's real good. I feel a little bit of bone here, so I'm going to remove that. That's probably the gills, but I will still remove it. Yeah. Okay, and then rinse and repeat on this side, and then we'll do our sourdough. It's pretty flexible, so the sourdough is not going to explode if we don't do it right away. Okay, hopefully I didn't cut through it too much. Short, why not? Okay, hopefully I did a good job. Can't tell. I'm trying to raise the sides a little bit so when it fries it's a little bit more obvious. Okay, hopefully I did a good job. We'll see. Let me grab a bowl without touching anything. Cold water. Let it sit in some cold water and salt for a little bit so we can wash off all of like the scales, the murky stuff, the muck and everything that's kind of like was part of the fish treating process. So you put it into a little bowl of water. I'm just going to do it in the sink so it doesn't get anywhere. I'm going to wash my hands real quick on the side. I'm going to grab a little bit of salt and a little bit of pepper. It's not really for marinating really, but it helps get rid of some of the stank and just cleaning it a little bit. I'm going to grab some salt. And a little bit of white pepper. And then let that soak for a little bit. I've seen different recipes where they make like a scallion water as well and let that soak in the scallion water. I think that might impart some flavor, but we're just going to keep it pretty simple. Just a little bit of salt, a little bit of white pepper. Let that sit there for a little bit, and then let's deal with our... I'm not going to fry the head. This head is going to like freak me out, bro. I don't think I'm going to do the head. I'm just going to clear this. So we'll do our sourdough. Over 11 minutes, it's fine. It's not going to deflate or anything. Sourdough is very forgiving. I've literally had people go like, oh, I kind of forgot about the last coil and it took me 2 hours to get to the last one. Not ideal, but it'll still be fine. Sourdough is not as scary as people think it is. It's a very forgiving thing. Okay, let's grab our dough. Take a look. I'm going to wash my hands a little bit better. I'm getting a little antsy and nervous about all the fish that I was using. Let me really wash my hands for a second. Ow. Okay. That should be clean. All right, and now that my hands are wet already, let's do our second stretch and fold. I see that our stretch and fold kind of ended in this way because you can see where the coil is. So I'm going to do it the perpendicular way. So we were doing it this way. So I want to stretch it now this way so it can create a lattice in the gluten structure, I think. Pick it up, shake it out a little. Perfect. See that dismount, nice and clean. Fold it on itself. It's like a baby. What a cute little baby this guy is. Okay. She's so beautiful. I can't believe I made her. She's actually so beautiful. Okay, you don't want to deflate her or anything. You just want her nice and like tight. Look how beautiful and round and robust she is. Okay. All right. So this is now going in the front. Look at her. Look at her. Yeah, it's not right if she's not tight. Honestly, so true. Okay, I'm gonna put her in. Now, say goodbye. I'm not you. I'm gonna see her in 72 hours, which is going to be Sunday night / Monday morning. To the fridge. Do I have space in my fridge? Maybe not. Try to clear up some space. And make sure you do this in the fridge, okay? Do not do this on your countertop. 72 hours is going to go crazy and you're going to like overproof it. You want to put it into the fridge so it can develop the gluten slowly. The coldness in the fridge will slow it down. It'll still proof. The yeast will still be active. It's just a lot more slow moving, which gives it time to develop gluten and flavor and fermentation. And that's why you want to do it for at least the 72 hours, 48 if you're like in a hurry or whatever. But if you can, I'll try to aim for the 72 hours. Yeah, so everything will happen very slowly without it overproofing or anything like that. For the pizza dough that I made with Amelie yesterday, that's what I did. The recipe is different, but the process is the exact same. I just kind of mix it, make sure I do the stretch and folds. No coils or anything like that, because pizza dough doesn't have to be super taut because it's like flat. But I let it just sit in. I put into the individual balls. I let it sit in the fridge for 72 hours so the gluten and flavor can develop. And then when we are ready to use it, just take it out like 2-3 hours before you cook with it, so it comes back to room temperature and proofs a little bit more. And then you can start using it however you see fit. So that's exactly what I'm going to do for the sourdough as well. But say goodbye to our little baby. I will see her Sunday night / Monday morning. Just don't have all the balls in one single container so they aren't balls anymore. Oh, that's kind of what happened to me. They kind of became a little bit more like squarish, I guess, because they kind of like proofed and fermented in and on itself. But it's actually not that bad. The one that was in the corner had the most misshape, but everything else was actually pretty round. And honestly, I don't really mind it if it's not fully round because it's a little bit more like rustic like that. But if you're serving it at a restaurant and it needs to be perfect, then I understand if you want to like don't keep the balls together, like the pizza dough balls together. You want to separate it a little bit so it can proof and keep its shape. I miss Do-chan. She'll come back. Ideally, she'll be fully cooked and ready to show you guys by Wednesday. She could be ugly. She could be amazing. We don't know. I really don't know right now. I hope she turns out amazing. But I have big plans for her this weekend or Monday morning. I'm going to put laogama and cheese and green onion and Thai chili and all that amazing stuff. I have very high hopes for her. Okay, the fish is fishing. I'm gonna let that sit there for a second. I'm gonna stuff my chicken wings. I'm gonna let her sit there for a second. I'm gonna keep it at the far corner of my sink so I don't get it dirty. Laogama might be too salty. No, not really. I mean, I'm not like drenching it. It's just an inclusion. So when I slice into it, it'll be like swirls of laogama. You know, laogama by itself is not salty. It's just oily. She will blossom into a beautiful young lady. I hope so. A young woman. Okay, let's stuff our wangs. It's time to stuff our wangs. I'm going to put them in the air fryer, so it'll be pretty hands-off after it starts getting stuffed. And then we can fry our fish, do our mochi. or I think I'll make the mochi dough and then we'll fry our fish and all that stuff. Actually, I can't believe we did everything. We're I don't know what time it is right now. What time is it? JST is it? Unless it's like suddenly 2 a.m. and I had no idea. I think we're making great time. Hide all our wang, brother. It's time to stuff the wang. Yeah, we're making, it's not that bad. We're making okay time. We're making okay time. Okay, considering how much stuff we're doing, I think that's pretty impressive. All right, chicken wings. I deboned them. I seasoned them with salt and white pepper inside out, and then I kind of like put them back the proper way so that I can have a little bit of extra seasoning on the outside. I made the glutinous rice. Fried rice, stir fry thing. It's a little bit softer now, so I think it's a softer to touch. You can use a spoon, but because it's glutinous, I think it'll be pretty okay to kind of manipulate with our hands. I don't know. We're going to try options and see where that gets us. So I'm going to do our, oh, actually, I might just do the finished product directly into the air fryer. No foil or anything, because ideally I want the chicken wings to crisp up a little bit so the oil can drain to the bottom. Normally I put foil or parchment paper, but it's just going to end up kind of like sitting in some juices a little bit. I want it to drain so it can get a little bit crispy. So no foil, no liner, I'm just going to put it directly into my little air fryer basket. But I have my chicken wings, which are deboned. Try to find the hole. The hole is in here. Okay, that's our hole. Skin, everything beautifully still on. And I'm gonna grab a little bit of rice at a time. It probably won't fit all of it, but I'm gonna try to fit in as much as I can. Because I'm not deep frying it, I don't think I'm gonna use a chopstick to seal it off. So not chopstick, sorry, toothpick to seal it off, because if you fry it, it might leak out. But because I'm air frying it, it's kind of just sitting by itself. I think it's fine, but I'm just kind of shoving it as far as it can go. It's not really going anywhere. Okay, something like that. And then I'll lay it down on my board. And then rinse and repeat. I'm gonna be pretty heavy-handed. I don't wanna be like those restaurants that barely give you any stuffing. You want to really just shove it in there. This is probably a great Chinese New Year dish, I feel like. Labor intensive, but yummy. Also very like impressive. Oh yeah. Make sure you really push it into those crevices. Yeah, that's a look at that one. That's a girthy one. End of the day, that's kind of what it's like, shoving it in as deep as it will go. A good stuffing. I mean, if it can take a good stuffing, you should give it a good stuffing. Don't you want your meal to be delicious? Okay, I'll probably alternate it so it fits a bit better in my little basket. Okay. Continuing. Oh, maybe like if I made it a little bit more rectangular, that could be easier to stuff too. There's like a Japanese dish called tori gyoza. So instead of stuffing it with glutinous rice, which is kind of a Chinese thing to do, they actually use the chicken wing, like debone it and everything, and use it as the dumpling wrappers. That's why they're calling it tori gyoza. Which is also pretty expensive and decadent because, you know, you already understand how long it takes to like debone these wings and stuff like that. But it's a very popular dish where they just stuff dumpling stuffing, so more meat on meat into the chicken wing. I've never had it before, but I know it's a dish that exists. I'm gonna call her. I can't hold it in anymore. No. Don't, whatever you do, Don't do that. Whatever. Someone hold him back. Guys, your brother is in dire need of assistance. Okay? Your Onimart onion brothers need help. Whatever you do, don't call her. Okay? Just take yourself out to a good meal, man. A good night's rest. That's all you need. You don't need her. You just need some chicken wings. And a good night's rest. That's what we all need, really. Her is never the answer. But you do want to stuff this real good. Really, really push it in there. Yeah. Oh yeah. She's a it's like a cup. I hope it doesn't bust. Am I being too greedy here? I hope it doesn't bust. Maybe I shouldn't stuff it like this, like so crazy. What if I air fry it and it just all leaks out? Okay, maybe I'll hold back a little bit. Maybe I won't be as crazy. But where's the fun in that? The whole point of doing it at home is so that I can just go crazy and shove the fuck out of it. So it's delicious. The restaurants hold back, you know? Understandably so. It might bust, the chicken will shrink, the rice will expand, right? Fuck. I think I have to think about the future, guys. I think I will not overstuff it. I already overstuffed half of them. The chicken will shrink. I forgot about that. Okay, these ones I will stuff a little bit more modestly, even though they look lame as fuck. Ew, look at them. Lame. Look at this guy. Now that's a stuffed chicken. This guy is... It's not as fun. It's not as fun when I can't stuff the fuck out of these chicken wings. I hope they all fit in my air fryer. That's also a bit of a worry and concern. Bro, we're not going to be eating for days after this. Usually glutinous fried rice is like really dense on top of all the oil and everything. It's a dense dish. That's why normally you don't make it as often. Also just because it's just like so heavy to eat, even though it's delicious. You can't eat a lot of it. We're gonna be like fucking farting all night and just not eating for days. Okay, this one is stuffed, but also has room to grow, I think. So, could be okay. I'm trying to like align it somehow so that all the chicken will have some space to grow or to like that maybe. Okay, so I can fit it all in there. She'll make it fit no matter what. Dude, that's the one good thing about like cooking at home is that you can do whatever you want. Okay, you are not limited to what the head chef wants you to do. You're not limited to overhead costs. You're not limited to anything anyone else says. Okay, if you want to shove the fuck out of your chicken wings with as much stuffing as possible because you love yourself and you deserve this, you do that shit. Okay, and if it means absolutely forcing it to the brim, then you do that shit. You don't give up. Never give up. Never what? Exactly. Exactly. Okay. She is sealed. I think I have, look how taut she is. I think I have a new technique. I just kind of like use these two hands to keep the skin tight and my other finger to kind of push it down while these two fingers pull up. So it just continues to make a bit of a cavity. So if the meat does shrink, it can still, you know, I think I've deciphered. I have 2 more wings. I'm going to try my best to fit it into this air fryer. Overfilling the air fryer is also no bueno, or else it won't fry as well. but I'm greedy. All in one go. Shove everything. Never give up. Never yuck your yum, as Gam Gam always says. Exactly. We are all supportive of everyone's needs here. Come on. Get in there. The thumb is good too, because the thumb is like higher surface area. It's also a lot stronger, so it can shove a lot more in, but I think that's pretty good for this one. That's like busting out of the seams, bro. I think it cannot go on anymore. Last one. I'm going to find a little place for this last one. I'll stuff my wings as much as I want. Yes. No one can stop me. Not even the gods of the sands and the arena can stop me. By Jupiter's cock, I shall shove it in this chicken wing. This is all meat in here. Ooh, all the chashu is like crispy. Crispy, crispy chashu. Really jam it in there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on. Last one. Oh, yeah. Oh, she's oozing. She wants to bust, but I won't let her. I won't let her bust. She can hold it. Yeah. All right, where am I going to put this pretty lady? Here? It's pretty full, but I think we've got it. I think we've got it, Watson. I think we've got it. Yeah, this is very similar to the Nemu collab. Nemu also taught me how to basically debone a drumstick without. Yeah, and she told me to stuff it with risotto, didn't she? You're right. I was wondering. I was like, wait, this feels so familiar, but in like, it just feels like the same thing, but in a different font. This is the Nemu collab. She taught me how to debone a drumstick. And shove it with risotto, half-cooked risotto,
Just
and
like
then we
the
baked
old
it.
man says, if it is not right, it's not tight. Just like life, remember my brothers. Shove it hard until it fits. For you to reach your goal and success.
It will fit.
Cheers.
It will fit. It will never not fit. It will fit. Just trust me on this. Okay, I'm gonna try to find a. Where is my nice? Ah, here it is. I want to get my nice brushy brush, basting brush thing. If you only have silicone, then you can definitely do that. That's fine. But I like to use the bristle ones because oh, that's a lot of dark soy sauce. But I like the brushy brush one because I feel like it's a lot more even. So dark soy sauce, okay? You don't need as much as I did, but this is mostly for color. A little bit of salt, of course, but mostly for color. I realize I didn't need to go so hard on making sure everything aligned because I'm going to have to base the other side as well. So you know, oh well. But this will basically bake up or air fry up with some nice color to it. If you fry it, definitely skip this step because obviously your golden brown color will be imparted from frying it. But because we're air frying it or baking it, the original recipe called for baking it. This kind of gives it a little bit of a caramelization that maybe frying can't do. Also, again, if you're frying this, do not shove it as crazy as I did. Okay, because when you're frying it, it'll like again the meat will shrink, but it's in the fry oil this time, so it might fall out. It's just like a whole mess of things that you might not want to deal with if it's fried. So definitely don't shove it and stuff it as much as I did if you're frying it. But if you're baking it, it's kind of like not moving anymore, so it's more or less passable. Okay. Now all my hard work goes down the drain because I have to put everything else the other way now. So all of that earlier was for nothing. Okay. This way? think this way would be fine. Okay, and then glaze this side. Make sure you glaze the little wingtips as well, just so they all get a little bit of color. And so they also look even and not weird. It's like painting, but it's delicious. You know, I'm not much of an artist, but this tapestry I can do. If my canvas is food, I am an artist. But if you give me a paintbrush with ink, I'm going to be like, what? I don't know how to draw, but I do know how to paint my chicken wings amber brown. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm scared of throwing dark soy sauce in the sink, so I'm going to throw it into the garbage can first. I worry that my sink is going to become dark soy sauce colored. That'll be very scary. The Bob Ross of painting chicken. Don't worry, there are no wrong brushstrokes. Not even happy little accidents. It's going on the chicken anyways. Once it comes out of the oven, it's going to turn into an evergreen tree. Oh yeah. It's going to turn into a beautiful icy mountain. Okay. The oven said about 200 degrees Celsius for about 20 minutes. I'm going to do 200 degrees Celsius 20 minutes as well. I might want to flip it halfway through. I feel like it's going to take more than 20 minutes. That's my guess because they're also fat and thick. So I'm going to eyeball it. But 200 degrees Celsius should be pretty good. Usually for chicken, you want to cook it at a high temperature so it cooks fast and it stays juicy. I'm going to set the temperature to 20 minutes. And hopefully I remember to flip it halfway through or somewhere in the middle there. It doesn't have to be exactly half, but hopefully I kind of sort of somehow remember to flip it halfway through. Okay. One more thing to do before we work on our fish, but just to make sure our fish is still doing fish things. I'm going to just rinse out the salt and replace it with more cold water, just so that it's not, getting warm or anything. But the fish is still doing fishy things. Let it keep soaking in there. I already washed away the salt. I think I want to do one more thing, which is make the batter for the Shanghai butter mochi. Because the batter needs to sit a little bit before we put it into the oven. So let's do that. Let's do that. Honestly, do we want butter mochi, chat? How are we feeling? We can just fry the fish and eat dinner. You know what I mean? We could just literally fry the fish and eat dinner. Do we really want butter mochi? Do we really want it? I keep on forgetting to put my gloves back on. I should put my gloves back on. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's do butter mochi. I'm going to grab my... So I don't actually have the proper, what is it called? Mold. Although the mold is completely optional. It's just like whatever the trend is right now. Apparently they want the butter mochi to be in the shape of chestnuts. I'm not sure how chestnuts and butter mochi is related. So really any mold will do. It's just like the trending shape is chestnut. So if you have a Madeline, like a Madeline mold, that's fine too. I think this might be pretty cool. Also with the little thing in the middle, basically it's a donut mold that I got from Daiso. But I think the middle will also help more even cooking. So it might be nice and crunchy potentially. When we finish making the butter mochi. So I think this shape will be pretty fun. It's basically donut shaped butter mochi. Madeleine, yeah, like little madeleines, the French madeleines, however you pronounce it. So before we do anything, I'm not sure how much this will yield. So I will butter, I think one serving will be enough for one tray. We probably don't need 2 trays. I wanted to use a cinnamon butter that me and Karen made. because I was like, yo, so you want to pack the cinnamon butter? Because she was like, yeah, use the whole stick, Gary. And I'm like, yeah. And then I'm like, okay, so how much cinnamon butter do you want? She's like, none. And I'm like, oh, but now I have a whole stick's worth of cinnamon butter. So I'm gonna use a cinnamon butter instead of regular butter for the mochi donut. So they'll be like cinnamon flavor based, but obviously flavor, you can do it whatever you want. The baseline flavor is like vanilla with no extra other flavor additives, but this one has cinnamon and honey and everything else. So it's very, very flexible. Both will work. I had this out on room temperature. I put it in the fridge before that, but it's been in room temperature for a little bit. Before you start actually making the stuff, you want to grease. I know these are silicone, so it's probably not gonna stick, but you still kind of sort of just in case want to grease your molds, especially if it's metal. Because this is silicone, I think you're okay, but just to be on the safe side, you want to generously grease with butter your molds, and the butter will also make it a little bit crunchy. So make sure you get it all in there. And you can also sprinkle this with a little bit of like unrefined, like the sugar crystals if you want to get a bit of extra crunch, but also makes it extra sweet. So this is supposed to be already pretty crunchy on the outside. So I'm just going to keep it the way that it is. And if you don't have cinnamon butter, just use regular butter, like room temperature unsalted butter. Anywhere that says butter and you see me use cinnamon butter, just use room temperature unsalted butter. It smells like cinnamon. It's very nice, actually. It smells very, very good. I'm just going to modify the recipe for the cinnamon butter that's already pre-sugared. So basically the recipe doesn't require as much sugar as they say we do, but we still need to add a little bit. Okay, so that's been buttered. I'm going to put this in the fridge so it can harden and just kind of like keep. Is this TOS? Very much so. Don't worry. They love it when I spread butter all over my little donut holes. If anything, it's enforced. They love that. Okay, I'm just as is, just so the butter can harden up a little bit. Just leave it in the fridge. We'll take it out when we're ready to use it, whenever that is, which is most likely maybe after the fish is done frying. I think I'll put this little guy back. I probably don't need him. For the mold, basically you want to use a mold that's nice and deep. If you have a deep Madeleine shell, you can use those ones. I actually do have a Madeleine shell that I got from Daiso, but it's very shallow, so it won't really hold a lot of batter. That's why chestnut shape is very popular right now, because usually the chestnut is usually meant for chestnut butter cake or pound cake. It has a lot of like girth to it, so when you bake it, it's crispy on the outside, chewy in the middle, because it has a lot of surface area in the middle for it to be chewy. But if you want it just crispy and not that chewy, you can probably use like a thinner mold of some sort. I think the donut mold will be, I think, good. I haven't seen anyone use a donut mold, but I think theoretically it'll make a good option as a mold because it's nice and deep and crevassed for the batter. And it has like a middle piston, so it can also encourage even baking. So there's no like weird wet spots or soft spots or raw spots when you're making the dough. Okay? Okay. All the different spots, yes. Okay, I don't have any other bowls available. What the fuck's going on today? Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna have one measuring bowl for after we like filter everything for any like lumps and bumps. I'm gonna use, oh no. I need to microwave butter and milk. Okay, I think I will have to use this one because I have I need to use a microwave safe device for the milk and the butter. Okay, first things first, milk. We need 185 grams not milliliters, grams, because technically milk weighs a little bit heavier than water. It's not 1-to-1 milliliter to grams. I know I use it interchangeably, but if we're being a little technical, 1 milliliter of milk does not equal to 1 gram of milk. Okay, so this particular recipe tells me 185 grams of milk, which I will proceed to pour in slowly. Oh, okay, 1 more gram. Okay, half more gram. Okay, perfect. 40 grams of butter. I'm doing everything into the same bowl, so I'm gonna try to grab the butter slowly. But we need 40 grams, and we're gonna melt everything together. So again, regular unsalted room temperature butter. I just have the cinnamon one, so I'm gonna actually add more cinnamon later. But 40 grams. That was 10. That was 24. 38. Okay. That should be about 40. Perfect. That'll put us a little bit over, but no biggie. Okay, I'm going to pop this in the microwave only until it's melted. It doesn't have to be boiling hot, just only until it's melted, which is a minute for now, and we'll see where that takes us. And if it hasn't fully melted yet, we can always just come back and add more. What are you doing? What? I'm measuring my milk and my, what did I say? I'm measuring my milk and my butter, and if it's not melted, put it in a little bit longer. What else did I say? I didn't say anything else. I'm just being myself. We measure liquids in ml and solids and what is that? What American? Well, I think for baking and stuff depends on how exact you want it. Also, milliliters is a little bit harder to measure exactly, unless your measuring cup goes down to the single milliliters, right? But on a scale, it's a lot. Excuse me, it's a lot easier to get it exact. Why'd you? No, I wasn't. I was trying to minutely get the right measurement for the milk. I'm gonna put the milk back. I don't think we need milk anymore. Milk going back into the fridge where it belongs. She's melted. Question mark. A whiskey whisk just to check on it. Because it was already room temperature butter, it'll melt really, really quickly. Even though it might not look like it's fully melted, it's melted. Okay, let's see what else we need. We need sugar, salt, 15 grams of egg. Okay, kind of forgot about that. Okay, sugar. The original recipe called for about 75 grams of sugar, I think. Because I already have honey and a little bit of sugar in the cinnamon butter from last time, I'm going to cut down on the sugar. So I'm going to guess that maybe 60 grams would be reasonable because it's not a lot. It's not that much sugar. I'm only using such like a small portion of it. So I think maybe 60 grams. I'm taking out 15 grams of sugar, hoping that the 15 would be able to be covered by okay. Sometimes we need 78 grams of sugar. Some days we just need a little bit of extra pep in our step, okay? And if that calls for 77 grams of sugar, then so be it. We're going to balance it with a little bit of salt. Maybe more salt than we thought we needed. Because I don't think it'll be super sweet because most of these like Asian desserts aren't like so sweet that your dentures are falling out. or your filling is like coming off, you know what I mean? So I think it'll be okay. I think baseline wasn't that sweet to begin with, but still, would have been nice to get that correct. Just a little diabetes. How are you? Welcome, and I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. And a little bit of vanilla. I already have quite a bit of vanilla in the cinnamon butter, but so I'm just going to add a little bit more, nothing too crazy. The recipe did not call for cinnamon, but since I'm making it cinnamon based, we're adding in cinnamon. Please put in cinnamon, Gary, and not cumin. I was about to be like, oh, cinnamon, and then I looked at it and I said cumin on it. Do not add cumin, add cinnamon. I'm going to eyeball this part. Okay. And since I do have a little bit of nutmeg, I'm going to do a little like that. A little bit of nutmeg, salt, vanilla, 15 grams of egg. So we're going to have to break a whole egg and only put in 15 grams worth, which is kind of annoying, but we'll do it for the love of the game. Why don't you add cardamom? I could. Should I? Nice. Cardamom added. Okay, I'm gonna beat the egg because obviously you don't want to put in, you can't get 15 grams of egg if it's all just like one whole egg. It doesn't flow as nicely. You have to kind of break the egg apart. Also, you want to have 15 grams of whole egg, not just the yolk or just the white. So you do want to beat it a little bit. A tiny little beat so it separates and loses its will to live. So it'll just give up and slink into your mochi donut like the good egg that it is. Okay, that's kind of sort of well beat. 15 grams. Hello? Or you can buy liquid eggs. Yes, 15. It's about tablespoonish. Oh, okay. A little bit over, but no worries. It's gonna taste like Christmas. Ooh, okay. Mochi flour, 145 grams. Tapioca starch, 30 grams. Okay. Mochi flour, 145 grams. I'm going to put it directly into my little sifter cup bowl thing. Stay! Bitch ass. Okay. Glutinous rice flour, or mochiko in this case. In Japan, I don't think we can find like the proper glutinous rice flour. The next closest thing is mochiko, which pretty much is just glutinous rice flour. But we need 145 grams. So I'm going to shake that nice and gently. Two grams too much. Pinch the white powder back. Pinch it back. One more gram. Pinch it. Oh my God, how much is a gram? Why is this so much? No wonder you can make a lot of money off of fentanyl. Does fentanyl come in white powder, actually? I wouldn't know. Does it? I assume everything comes in white powder at this rate. If it's not marijuana, it's white powder, but I wouldn't know. Does it come in white powder? Anybody else know? It's crystalline. Oh, like meth. Naruhodo. So how do you eat it then? Like candy? Like Pop Rocks? How would one eat it? Okay, and 30 grams. So the mochi will make it chewy and the tapioca will make it crispy. How much is a gram? I don't, about 10 milligrams. You mix it with something else usually, so you don't eat it like candy. You smoke it. Oh, but it's crystalline. How do you smoke something that's... You crush it? Melt it. Maybe you melt it. You heat it up. Oh, people smoke meth too? Oh. I thought they... Oh, but I guess that's true. If you melt it, like from Breaking Bad, I remember that they would melt it and then shoot it in their veins. They don't necessarily eat it either. All right, I'm going to slowly, because she's a little full, I'm going to slowly sift the powder in. Hopefully I don't lose too much powder. This container isn't quite big enough for everything. So it's kind of seeping out a little bit. Normally I would just like the donk, 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 but this bowl is small. Ugh. Ugh. No! Okay, never mind. Abort, 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 abort. Oh my god, it's like snowing in here. There's so much powder everywhere. Okay, 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 alright. I'm gonna collect all of my white powder because this is all just like measured out amount. So everything is perfect if you just scoop everything in. That includes all of this. Get that in there. It's okay if you lost like a gram or two. That's not really a big deal. But you just want to try to get most of it in there. But you try your best. Try your best. Okay, and then mix it together. It should be very flowy and not clumpy. So you want to keep mixing this until there's no clumps. And then we're going to strain it through a strainer. Oh, I need this still. We're going to strain this through a strainer into a second bowl, just to make sure that the clumps don't like stay or persist. But we're going to keep stirring this until it's mostly more or less smooth. But you don't want clumps in the batter. So you want to keep stirring it until it looks smooth and then strain it again. So, oh, I forgot to flip it halfway. It's okay. Oh, get a little bit of the outside bits and bobs. All clean up? Okay, thank you. See, it actually breaks down really, really quickly because it's not dough. It's not wheat flour. Mochi flour kind of like hydrates pretty quickly and it kind of breaks down pretty quickly as well. As long as you sift it, you should be pretty good. Pause. Let me pull out my chicken wings and see what it looks like. I definitely want to, whoa! I definitely want to flip it to get the other side cooked. Oh! Actually, I really feel like we don't need to, but you know what? We're already here. Ah! Ah! Made dreaming. Actually, she didn't bust. Guys. She didn't bust. She's all in there. I knew I could stuff her all the way. I knew it. We were also worried that she was going to start busting. But because of like how sticky the rice is, it kind of just keeps everything together. Okay, she's very, very, like, very thoroughly cooked. So I just want a little bit of color and texture. So I'm going to pop this in, same temperature for maybe like 6-7 minutes. Don't you fucking dare. It was not on purpose. Don't you fucking dare. I'm going to put it for 6 minutes. Stop it. Stop it right now. You should be ashamed of yourself. Also, we have a brush. Holy crap. Okay, I have it. Where's my little bowl that I was going to use to sift everything or strain everything? Is it this one? No way, it's that one. Is it this one? What if I don't follow my own instructions and don't sift it because I'm lazy? What if? What if? Rosary. Hi, Rosary! How are you? I'm making Shanghai mochi butter donuts. Actually, I made a whole bunch of stuff. I made Shengjian bao. Is this big enough? I will be making squirrel fish, Shanghainese squirrel fish. I made stuffed chicken wings with fried glutinous rice. That's currently cooking. I'm just straining my batter for the mochi. And we're just gonna let this sit in room temperature. Don't actually let this sit. Oh, ah! No! I'm gonna put this up. Okay. BDA, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you. Yeah, let's go. I got caught off guard in the middle of my rush. You don't want to strain this. You want to strain it, but you want to keep it at room temperature because there's butter. If you put it into the fridge, it'll harden because of the butter component in there. And you really only want this like at room temperature for about 15-20 minutes so it can kind of fully hydrate. You're just kind of waiting for the mochi powder and tapioca starch to just fully hydrate. That's basically all we're doing. So you don't have to wait too long. But you want to let this sit at room temperature for a little bit until it kind of relaxes and does its thing. So you don't even have to cover it. Having something with a spout helps a lot. So when you're pouring it, it'll pour nicely. But good job, ladies and gentlemen. We had a nice little rush. I think it's time to start contemplating. Dude, you should see my blue suit. It's so caked up in flour. It's time to start contemplating our fish. We need to start frying our fish. That's gonna be the next big challenge here. What's the diagonal measure for the scale? It's just so that you can read it face up. You mean like this part? So you know how sometimes when you're measuring things, you gotta like bend all the way down at eye level and look at it, and then you're like pouring something with your arms all the way up because you're trying to see at the same time as you're pouring. So they kind of designed one where it's diagonal, so you can just look up, down, and you'll see the measurement. If that's what you're asking. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but I'm gonna assume that's what you're asking. It's kind of, yeah, it's very convenient. Very convenient. I got one purposely just so that I can have this so that I don't, because for VTubing, I don't want to always change the camera and get at like eye level to do it or else I dox myself. So it's nice to just have like a measuring option where I don't have to bend down, but it's nice. Yeah, a lot of looking up and looking down. We don't want looking up and looking down, not when you're a VTuber. I'm gonna let this sit there out of the way. I'm gonna grab my, this guy's dirty. I'm gonna grab my fish frying pot. Frying pot. Wait. Wait. All right, we're gonna fill our frying pot with lots and lots of oil. We're gonna deep fry the squirrel fish. This is probably gonna use up a big chunk of my oil. You know, I'm planning on going to Costco tomorrow for our maiden voyage e-bike adventure and everything. Costco is gonna be one of my stops. If the weight and space allows, I kind of want to bring back another one of these guys. I've kind of used it a lot faster than I thought I was, but it's kind of nice to have just one big ass jug of this, you know, instead of having to like buy the little ones over and over again. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of nice. All right. Oh, potato starch. I'm going to turn the heat on. I'm going to keep it at medium because I'm not sure how long it'll take for me to like kind of wrap up everything. So I'm gonna keep it at medium. I have a nice bowl here. And just fill that shit with cornstarch. Actually, I'm gonna grab one that's already opened so I don't waste anything. I should have a bag of cornstarch that I've opened already. Aha! I think I have one more. No, I do not. I could have swore I had another bag of cornstarch somewhere. Okay, we'll leave it. You want a lot of cornstarch. So this is going to be the flour component or the dry batter component. It's just basically cornstarch. Nothing else. Just cornstarch. Okay. And then, ooh, a lot of white powder flying all over the place today. My chicken wings are done. My chicken wings. You're going to need a lot more than you think. Just so it's a little bit easier to operate. Obviously, don't go so crazy and then you waste all of it. But just to make sure every single inch of that fish, including all of its crevices and orifices and cuts and, you know, everything is covered with cornstarch. So when you fry it, it's like a nice, even, crispy layer. You want to make sure you have enough cornstarch to work with. Okay, so for the fish that we've been kind of like soaking and doing its thing, we're going to squeeze it out just a little bit. It'll absorb a little bit of water. So just gently give it a squeeze. Okay, gently squeeze it. Don't squeeze it too hard. I feel a little bit of bone. Shadog, if you want chicken wings, you should come down. Gently give it a good squeeze. Gentle but firm. Okay. All right. And then with our fish, we actually need one egg. So this is actually kind of perfect. We need one egg.
Here for the chicken.
Okay. Give me 1
Chicken
second.
is ready to be eaten.
Give me 1 second.
My mouth is
哎呀，我
open.
祈禱啦，我祈禱啦。哎呀呀. Okay, I give you. We're gonna mix the eggs, salt, pepper, white pepper, and the egg together. That's gonna be the dredge and the salty component because we don't have salt in the cornstarch. But let me feed the guy first. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. My job is never done. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. 喂，你過嚟啦！你行邊度啊？
I'm getting my plate.
Oh. Wait, I was gonna get you a new plate. Oh, okay.
Whoa, these look so good. Is this chicken wing?
No, it's not. It's cow tongue.
Oh damn, these look like really good chicken wings.
Put it back on my special guest only plate.
Mmm.
All the I don't know if you can see, but all the grease is at the bottom.
Mmm.
Is it good? Is it crispy?
It's so crispy.
Yay! Let's go.
Whoa, wait. These are so good.
Wait, I want to try one. Oh, this one is like a fucking lollipop. Look how fat and busty this one is. I don't know if you can see all the oil that came out, but there's a lot of oil that came out, which is good. That means it's in the pan and not in our arteries. You know what I'm saying? And this is all, I didn't actually add extra oil. This is just the natural oil from the rice, which has a lot, and also just like from the chicken wing itself. But this one kind of, actually this one kind of busted a little bit.
So good.
I'll have this one. Actually, I'm not gonna waste this plate. I don't want more dishes to wash. I'm just gonna eat it directly. Huh? Oh, it's hot. Oh. Oh.
Mmm. Mmm.
Oil from the fried rice. Fried rice. Oh. That was just the rice, by the way. Not even chicken yet. Oh. The lack of vegetables concern me. No, I was fiber maxing before stream. I had cabbage, zucchini, kabocha, carrot, my usual mix of stuff. I'm chilling. Shadow's really vibing with it. I'm gonna try biting into the chicken itself. It's a little hot, but I'm gonna try.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
And there's no bone in it. Eat it like a lollipop. Cut one at an angle? I mean, I already bit it at an angle. Rice. Ooh, chicken. Ooh, it's very, very hot. Oh, nice and crispy and chewy. Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the stuff. And the Shengjian ball was ready a little while ago. So she's a lot cooler now, but look at that chicken. Oh. Oh. Fire fish.
How'd you get the skin so crispy?
Air fry it.
I did. Just air frying?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Beautifully seasoned too. I actually love eating chicken tips. And they're so crunchy now. Like the skin is so like caramelized. Alright. Enough distractions. Enough is enough. I say. We got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, salt and pepper. I was like, where was I? I think I remember. Did you rub the tip so it's not bitter? Oh, I don't have to for this one because the tip and the shaft is thoroughly salted. So it's very delicious and very juicy. You only really need to do that for cucumbers. Guys, I think we're kind of assuming that you do it for everything. No, we only do it for cucumbers, please. How much meat is still in that, by the way? I only took the bone out. So chicken wings don't naturally have that much meat. So it's basically whatever is like left in the chicken wing meat, but I only took the bone out. I was actually able to kind of remove the bone pretty cleanly. There wasn't really that much waste at all. Okay, egg, some salt. White pepper again. The seasoning is very, very simple because we're going to be making a sweet and sour ketchup sauce to go with it right after this. So if it looks like I'm only seasoning it with salt and white pepper, that's kind of because I am. But the flavoring is going to be very, very simple here. So I'm going to dredge all of this egg and salt and pepper. Make sure it's nice and even. Make sure you want to get all the egg and all of the little crevices that we cut up earlier. And also around the tail and everything so it can catch all of the cornstarch later. But you want to kind of squeeze out all the water earlier from soaking it so that it doesn't kind of like impede the ability for it to suck up the egg. Okay. So once that's done, just kind of give it a little, like stick your finger in the middle of the fish too. So just give it a little bit of a once over. Okay. And then you can just spread it. All right. And then just douse this whole thing in the cornstarch. You just want to, you don't have to like rub it really, really hard, but you want to make sure the cornstarch is all just evenly in every crevice of meat that we cut earlier. So when we fry it, it'll kind of perk up a lot better. So you want to go through every single little cut and then just grab a little bit of cornstarch and just shove it wherever the sun don't shine. Okay, or wherever the sun shines, but wherever it has a bit of a cut and you can see that it's only fresh with flesh with no cornstarch, just jam that shit in there. We're gonna obviously like dust it off and everything, so you're not frying it with like just lumps of cornstarch, obviously, but you want to make sure every single millimeter of that fish is covered with cornstarch. Okay, so put that away. Put this on the side. And then what we're going to do is think about how we're going to fry it. Oh, see a little bit of extra here. Come back, put a little bit of cornstarch. A little bit of extra on here. Come back, put a little bit of cornstarch. Okay, and then just do a little shake down, a little shimmy shimmy. Okay, and then we're going to think about how we're going to present the fish. So we want to present it like, you know, flesh side up. So what we want to do is actually turn the tail inside out like this, just one little rotation. And we want to find where the skin is for the fish. Okay. And so we're going to put this in the frying oil. It should be pretty much hot enough. You just want to pinch it with a little bit of the extra liquid. It should stay together. We want to basically fry it flesh side down while holding on to it so it can kind of form a bit of a crust before we turn it over. Okay. Again, I never done this before, but this is what they said in the video. All right. So God bless. A little bit of a shimmy like this. So it gets the flesh erect. And then you flip it over, skin side down, and continue frying it. And then just let that do its thing until it's ready. I'm going to grab a plate real quick. She's a little bit dirty, so I'm going to put her here. I'm keeping an eye on it. I don't want it to burn or anything. But it's at medium-low heat. And I might want to give it a turnaround. So now that the position is now like solidified, it won't like, you know, roll around or get weird shapes. That's kind of the importance of sealing the skin so it stays together while you're frying it. And also why you want to hold it in your hand first when you fry it, so it kind of solidifies a bit first. I'll use this plate maybe. It might pair well with the red later. I'm just kind of giving it a little bit of a flip over every once in a while. And we're going to need a little bowl for our ketchup. Our ketchup, sugar, vinegar, and water. What else did I need? Where did it go? Here. Ketchup, sugar, vinegar, salt, and water. Okay. Okay. Ooh. I can actually, I don't want to do the mochi donuts while the air smells like fish. I'll wait. I'll wait. Sugar? Yeah, it's going to be a sweet and sour sauce. Okay, it's getting a little bit of color now, which is good. I'm going to grab a little bowl and measure out all of my sauce. I'm going to eyeball all the sauce because it kind of just depends on whatever flavor profile you prefer. There really isn't that much of a rule for this one. If you have white vinegar, use white vinegar, but regular apple cider would be okay too. I'm going to do, it's going to be, the base is going to be pretty ketchup heavy. So you want to do a really big squirt of the ketchup. And then a nice little tablespoon or so of, I have apple cider vinegar here, but again, white vinegar works too. I'm going to do a little bit of sugar. The sugar is going to help it thicken and caramelize along with the ketchup. You need quite a bit of sugar, more than you think, because it's supposed to balance the vinegar a bit. And a little bit of water. The water I think I'll add at the very, very end. Okay, I think that's good. I'm going to take it out. Okay, please don't drop it and splash. Please don't drop it and splash. Ah! Okay, I didn't cut it that well. Normally the flesh should be more perky. If I cut it a little bit better or maybe a little bit closer to the skin, it'll be a little bit more obvious. But the gist of it is there. The gist of it is like this. And then we just basically ladle this like red ketchup sauce over it and it'll be delicious. I'm going to give that a little bit of a mix first. Let that dissolve. I'm going to pop my donuts into, not donuts, the mochi into the oven. Hold on. I'm going to preheat my oven. Lots of things. 200 degrees Celsius. Okay. 200 degrees Celsius for the mochi butter, for the butter mochi. I'm gonna let that just like sit and drain for a second. Also, everything's very hot, so I don't want to touch it. We have our pre-buttered donut mold. It could be any mold. Like I said, right now the most trending shape is the chestnut one because the chestnut is pretty. Also, it's nice and deep. So when you make it, it has crispy outside, soft, chewy inside. If everything is a bit too shallow, it's just basically crispy like a chip, then you're kind of missing that chewy aspect of it. But it kind of just depends on what flavor you're kind of searching for. I already have this from a long time ago. I thought this would be a perfect substitute so I don't want to buy like a whole ass chestnut mold. It's a little excessive. So I buttered it with the cinnamon butter that we made with Karen. Also, this shape feels like it would be perfect because of the piston in the middle. It'll also conduct heat, so it'll be a more even cook. So I think in theory, this might be pretty good, even though it's a little bit bigger. It's also nice and deep, like a donut. So theoretically, it should be really, really good. I don't know if I need to stir it or anything. Should be okay. We're going to fill this about 90%. It'll rise a little bit and then it'll collapse. So you don't have to have it all the way, but maybe 90%. I just realized I should do this on a pan. So, because right now this is soft. If I pick it up like this, it'll just fall all over the place. Hold on, let me grab a baking tray. Really? I just managed to fit everything into this little drawer thing. I should have done this earlier. That's okay. That's okay. All right. Okay. A little bit of spillage, but not too bad. I added in cinnamon, nutmeg, and cardamom just to kind of roll with that cinnamon butter flavor that we already have going on. It might be a little sweet because I accidentally used a bit too much sugar than intended, but I think it'll still be delicious because usually with these recipes, they err on the side of not too sweet anyways. I also heard that, not heard, but I've seen variations where if you make the baseline like vanilla flavor, you can also stuff a bit of like red bean paste in the middle. So it's like red bean paste filling in the middle. You can also put a little bit of cheese. So when you pull it apart, it has like that cheese pull, which will be very, like, which will look very, you know, satisfactory. Like that food porn look. But there's a lot of different variations you can do. You can also switch out some of the tapioca and mochi flour for a little bit of black sesame, ground black sesame, to make a black sesame flavor. That also sounds really good. So the flavor variations are very, very flexible. It depends on your own creativity, really. Not mold. Why would I look at this in the eye and go like, ah, yes, mold. I'm going to continue cooking it. Obviously, it's cinnamon. What kind of mold is brown? Normally, it will be green and fuzzy. A bit too much sugar. Yeah, so the cinnamon sugar had a lot of, the cinnamon butter, sorry, had a bit of sugar in there already. So I was going to cut down on the sugar amount because the original recipe didn't account for sweet butter. And then I kind of just went above and beyond that. So I was like, oops, it might be a little bit extra sweet, but that's okay. That's okay. Is it almost ready? I think I heard the alarm, but almost 2 minutes. Okay, in the meantime, can I pick this up or will I burn myself? I will burn myself. Okay. Let me use a cooking glove. All right, let me set that aside. I'm going to grab this pan. I'm going to rinse it briefly. Because we're going to use this to kind of cook down our, we're going to use this to cook down our sauce. Okay. I've seen red and purple. Oh, actually, I think I've seen red mold as well, but I don't remember where I've seen it. I feel like I saw it in like on a show or a textbook, or was it? I remember one time in school, the teacher wanted to teach us about spores and stuff. So literally our project was to put a piece of white bread, like Wonder Bread, in a Ziploc bag, but don't seal it up and leave it in the shower room. So we can learn about mold and how it grows and how fast it spreads. All right, I'm putting this into the oven for 20 minutes, I think. Let's see where that takes us. Maybe 20 minutes. Okay, we have our fish. Okay, we have our ketchup mixture that needs a little bit of water in the end, just to kind of like loosen it up a little bit. But I'm going to have a taste and see what we're working with. Ooh, that is actually, I eyeballed that, but that's really good. Okay, just to kind of keep the flavors consistent and also a little bit more like delicious, I'm going to use a little bit of the fry oil. You can use any oil, but you do want quite a little bit of oil. We're basically frying the sauce. No one said it was going to be healthy. None of these dishes today are healthy. Okay, enough oil to kind of coat the bottom of the fry pan. We'll let that come to temperature. Is it hot? Maybe like that. Okay, we'll let that come to temperature so it gets a little bit hotter. Shadow must be starving now. No, he already had chicken wing and buns. So, I mean, I'm sure he's still a little bit more hungry, but we can eat a little bit more after. I'm going to wait for this to get nice and hot, a little bit steamy. Okay. Is it hot enough? Okay, yeah. The ketchup is like stir frying a little bit, so I think it's hot enough. I'm gonna let it all in there. Okay, okay. She's popping a little bit. She's popping. I'm gonna take it off the heat just a little bit so I don't set my whole kitchen on fire. Okay. Let that cook down and condense just a little bit. Kind of let it absorb the oil a little. So it kind of becomes one. If it is a little bit too poppy like earlier, just lift it off of the heat so it doesn't kill you. It was kind of jumping around a little. I'm going to get a little bit of water so I can put this in. Okay, and then a little bit of water. Just a little splash, not too much. And we're going to let this cook down until it becomes a nice thick sauce. The sugar should do that. The sugar and the ketchup should do that. We're basically like lightly frying the sauce, which is a pretty Chinese thing to do, I think. Actually, that actually looks quite good. I'm going to let it thicken just a tiny, tiny little bit more, but that actually looks pretty viscous. If you draw a line on it and it kind of like keeps that breakage point, I think that'll be pretty good. All right, eyes back here. Okay, what we're going to do, just smother that in that sauce. So it's like a sweet and sour fried fish sauce thing. Squirrel fish. So if it's like a bigger fish with a bigger wok, you can actually fry it so that the fish curls up a little bit, hence why it looks like a squirrel tail. That's why it's called squirrel fish. My fish is teeny tiny. Also, this is my first time doing it. A little bit more nerve-wracking. So she's just flat, okay? But it's called a squirrel fish because originally the fish fries purposely molded to curl upwards a little bit. So it'll look like a squirrel tail, hence why squirrel fish. But the skin is still on. So the idea is to basically get the meat off of the skin. You can sprinkle this with some pine nuts as well. Let me try. Ooh! Wait. Oh, that's so good. Wait, that's the flavor that I eyeballed is actually perfect. It's sweet, tangy. The saltiness is perfect. It has a nice like chew and crunch to it because of the coating. Mmm. Yeah, this tastes like the restaurant one. It reminds me of home. Mmm. You just kind of peel it off the skin, basically. You don't have to eat the skin if you don't want to. You just basically eat the flesh. Any kind of like white fish would work. Like fleshy one. Cod, halibut. You just want to make sure the skin is on. Mmm, wait. That's really nice. It's so delicate. The flesh is like so tender. I was a little bit worried because I was frying it a little bit longer because I want to get color. I was worried the flesh was going to be overcooked. No, that's really good. Mmm, it's like a gulo yolk. Honestly, it's like a gulo yolk, but with fish. Actually, yeah, this is a great gulo yolk sauce. I think I accidentally made the perfect ratio for gulo yolk. But I eyeballed it. Fuck. Now I can't do it again. Because I eyeballed it. Fuck. No. How would you compare this fish with other fish? It's a little hard to say because we also have the cornstarch coating that kind of like, you know, changes the texture a little bit. But I would say the tiniest bit fishy. Not overly though. The flesh is very flaky. The flesh is very tender and flaky. Very juicy. It's a very delicate fish. Right now, this fish is quite seasonal to Japan, and it's a very popular fish that people use for sashimi, which means that it must be a very hearty fish if you can cut into sashimi slices. Mmm. Forever going to be chasing that dragon now. Yeah, I accidentally made the most perfect gulo yolk sauce. All I need to do is just fry up the pork, douse it in this with some canned pineapple. Dude, I'm gonna kill it. I don't think Shadow is interested. Shadow, are you interested in trying it? I already ate a whole half almost. It's actually really nice. I took the bones out and everything. Mmm. Gulo sauce. Gulo yolk. Gulo yolk. Shadow's not a fan. I worked so hard to pull all the bones out. He's not a fan. That's okay. He doesn't like fish like that. That's really good. That's worth the calorie. I was a little bit skeptical. I was worried that I wasn't gonna be able to pull it off. But that's really, really tasty. I love that. Wow. Okay, this is what we made so far. Shengjian bao, chicken, pork, shengjian bao, glazed, stuffed, boneless chicken wings with fried glutinous rice, squirrel fish. The first half of a sourdough starter bread, minus the sourdough starter, it's actually just yeast. But we're basically making an artisanal bread with just yeast. And we had a good start on it. So now we're just going to let that sleep for 72 hours. And then I'm going to put it into a banneton, let that rest again. And then we're going to bake it up the next day, basically, after that, whenever that day may be. It could be Monday, it could be Tuesday. 72 hours. A shengjian bao? No, shengjian bao is going to take too long. It's going to be too much effort to make a shengjian bao. It's hard to make it in bulk with how much like raw meat and dough and everything else. And it's something that only like I can do. It can't be made in bulk beforehand either. I think it should just be fresh. So it'll be too difficult. It's not really a signature recipe. It's just something that I was able to make well. I wouldn't really call it a signature recipe though. I'm checking on the mochi donut, seeing what it looks like. But I can rip open a shengjian bao for you guys so you can see what it looks like. It's already really, really cooled down now because this was the first thing to have finished cooking. Ooh. That looks good. Still nice and juicy. Mmm. Mmm. Very, very nice. Even though it's still cold, it's still very, very delicious. Korean classic? Shut up! It's not a Korean classic. I'm excited for those donuts though. I've seen them all over YouTube, all over Instagram, all over TikTok. I can't escape those butter mochi donuts. But I really want to try it. I'm excited. Chili oil and vinegar. That would be so good. I might save these for Friday. We'll be out tomorrow taking our Onimar e-bike on a maiden voyage. But tomorrow, we're going to go to Saitama for something very specific that I don't think we've ever seen before yet. I don't think you've ever seen before yet either. But I'm very hyped to check it out. That'll be towards the end of the day. I want to go to Costco if we make it that far. I'll go to Costco, do a Costco run, get some hot dogs, maybe a rotisserie chicken. If I can fit it in my basket, we'll have to see. I really want to bring back a 5-gallon jug of oil though. So I might prioritize that. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Also, I found a really interesting thing halfway through. So apparently there's a place in Saitama that inspired My Neighbor Totoro. And it's actually called Totoro's Forest now. So I was kind of seeing where we should go and what we can do halfway through for like maybe a break time or just like an intermediate thing. And it looks really interesting. So we're going to go check out Totoro Forest, the forest that inspired Totoro. I think that'll be pretty cool. Can we pack a 5-gallon bottle on the bike? I think so. Maybe. I should take a sick leave tomorrow. What's your favorite dish? Honestly, I think it's the fish. It's just from the taste-wise and procedure-wise, it's the most unique and the most complicated, but it's the most surprising flavor for me. Even though I've never made Shengjian, the concept is repeatable for dumplings, for buns, for everything. And chicken wings too. This is probably the most unique thing that I've ever made for myself. This one was the one that was really caught me off guard in a really good way. How many oni meows do we need? An army? We already have so many oni meows. Why do we need so much? What the fuck? We already have like a whole ass oni meow. Why do we need another one? No, I'm not getting another oni meow. Is it red sea bream? I have no idea what it is. It's something that is seasonal to Japan for spring and summer is what Google said. And it's like a sashimi fish. A fish that's okay for sashimi. It's available year-round, but apparently it's the freshest spring and summer. And it's not very big. It's like under 6 inches long, something like that. They sell it whole. So we were like filleting it and everything. But I never worked with this fish before. I've never really seen it before. So a lot of firsts. We need Oni Bro to bless a new Oni Meow. We don't need another Oni Meow, chat. Okay, we have too many. One is plenty. And the other one is at a perpetual sleepover at Twinnie's house. Okay? Well, what if I go to her house and steal it? I do have her keys. What if I go to her house and steal it? Get Oni Meow back. You know? What if we did that? Take us along. I'm not gonna take you guys along to commit crime. I wouldn't do that to you guys. To commit crime? You guys are like little babies. You wouldn't handle jail very well, chat. You might cry. Cry for Oni Meow. But yeah. So we're gonna go grab some lunch. We're gonna go to Totoro Forest, Costco. And the one reason why I want to go all the way to Saitama is only Saitama in all of Japan has this very specific 7-Eleven machine that makes fresh ramen. So I was like, wow, that's so cool. They don't have it in Tokyo. No other prefecture has it. Only Saitama has it. And that's kind of why I wanted to make the trip all the way to Saitama. I want to go check it out. I want to get fresh ramen made from a 7-Eleven machine. And then Yakiniku King and Kanda. Well, actually, Yakiniku King we're so hungry, but I doubt it. No Kanda Station, though. We're nowhere near Kanda Station. We're going to Saitama. Saitama. Don't get lost in the forest again. Hopefully the Totoro forest isn't, like, humongous, but I think it should be okay. We'll see. I'm not sure how big the forest itself is, but I'm very excited. As a lover of Ghibli films, I didn't realize that the inspiration for Totoro was so close to home. Because Saitama isn't that far from Tokyo. This fish is really good. As you can see, I am devouring it. Sweet and salty. And sour. I'm just so sad that I didn't write down. I just literally eyeballed everything. But this is legit the best gulo sauce. The sweet and sour pork sauce. This is it. I have been chasing the perfect sauce. And I tried so many iterations. And they're all just like, you know, only okay. This is the best one so far. And I freaking eyeballed it. So now I can't recreate it. Be careful with bears. Are there bears in Saitama? Oh, that was Hokkaido. I don't want the skin though. I'm not a skin enjoyer. I'm just a flesh enjoyer. Oh, really nice. So she can't get the recipe. I didn't even show the camera. I was just like eyeballing a squirt of ketchup, a splash of vinegar, more sugar than you think you need, and a little bit of water in the end with a little bit of frying oil. I remember what I said. And I kind of remember what I did, but because it's eyeball, that means it's going to be a little bit different every time. Saitama Prefecture is home to the Japanese black bear, primarily residing in the mountains Chichibu and Hano. I don't know if I'm going to be in that region. Which one was the one where you're like, oh, you look at it and you're dead? Other than polar bear. Polar bear, I think, was the most vicious bear, right? What was the, if it's brown, look down. If it's black, look back. If it's white, you're dead. Like, what was the phrase? Like, is black bear one of the ones I need to be really, really worried about? Or what was it? Any remember what that phrase was? What that little rhyme was? If it's Cam point on that. If it's yellow, let it mellow. No, there's no yellow bears. You don't mess with grizzlies. It's a black bear though. Grizzlies are brown bears, right? Black fight back. Oh, the black ones are the baby ones. Okay, if it's black, fight back. All right, so I can just be like, you what, mate? You what? You want to have a go? You want to have a go? What, mate? What? And it'll fly away, right? What if I bring my little bear whistle? Do I have a bear whistle? Shadow got me like a little emergency whistle in case something happens, if I break a leg, if I get attacked, if I fall down a mountain. He told me to keep it on myself. I keep on forgetting. Maybe I should wear that tomorrow. But he got me a little like emergency whistle so I can blow on it if I'm dying or something. Maybe I can bring it tomorrow so if the bear attacks me, I can be like beep beep beep. You know? Oh, I think my mochi donuts are ready. Let me take a looky-loo. I hope it's ready. Oh. Is it ready? I can't quite tell. Oh, it's not quite what I was expecting. Not sure if it's just not long enough or if silicone is not a good idea. Oh. Oh dear. Okay, well, she's definitely not sticking. It's supposed to be crunchy. Why is she soft and limp? Why is she so limp, guys? I've seen a limp biscuit. Actually, I don't even know what a limp biscuit is. I was just gonna make a joke, but I was saying it, and I was like, you know what? I don't actually know what a limp biscuit is. I don't even know what that it's in reference to. I just know that people say it. But is this what a limp biscuit is? If limp biscuits were a thing, is this limp biscuit? A literal limp biscuit. Oh, it's a band. Oh, I knew that. Is there one that I can pick up to like try? I mean, it looks very mochi mochi, but I can't tell if it's like cooked. It was supposed to be nice and crispy underneath. I feel like maybe it needs the metal base. Woo! To kind of conduct heat better. Maybe silicone doesn't conduct heat very well. Oh my god, it looks like a worm. It looks like a door handle. That's the perfect size for a door handle. Oh, air frying it might work. But I'm just kind of curious what it tastes like. If I'm even close to it. If it was any darker, that would be a poopy. If you want brown, you want metal. Damn, I kind of forgot about that. Oh, yeah, that's nice and chewy. Very like delicate chew, not like not like that kind of a chew. It's a very tender, delicate chew. The flavor is actually real good. That cinnamon, nutmeg, cardamom, that's a delicious combo. It's supposed to be crispy, so I'm missing the crispy aspect, but it's quite good. Flavor-wise, I see the potential, and it's very good. I was trying to make a Shanghai butter mochi, the thing that's like trending on the internet right now, where it's like crispy on the outside, soft and chewy in the middle. It looks like a chestnut. I don't have a chestnut pan, so I used my silicone donut one. Turns out that was a mistake. It doesn't conduct heat well enough to make it crispy. But flavor-wise, very good. If this was crispy on the outside and exactly as is, the way it is, delicious. Not from Shanghai. It's called Shanghai Mochi donut. I figured someone from Shanghai invented it. Lengua de shark. Cat tongue? Oh, like a Madeline? That one felt like... that Madeline one is also silicone. Also not deep enough. This little part here on the edge where it's a little bit more like cooked and crispy is delicious. You can really get a sense of what could have been if it was like fully crunchy. So it gets me excited for like a proper one. I think a muffin tin will be okay too. It just won't be as like funny of a shape or like a fun shape. It'll just be circle. But like a metal muffin tin would work really well as well. They're really not that bad. As is, I wouldn't say it tastes the most exciting, but not bad. It's a seashell shape. Most people use a chestnut shape for some reason. Yeah. Cinnamon, nutmeg, and cardamom. Very good. Add brown sugar might make it too soft and wet. Probably still need the white sugar. I'm a bit disappointed, but I'm disappointed that it didn't turn out exactly how I was hoping for. But flavor-wise, it's very delicious. Which means if I have the right pan, it will turn out amazing. Because I don't have the right pan, it's falling short in terms of texture. But the flavor is very, very good, which has me very excited. I really hope that sourdough that's going to be sleeping in my fridge for 72 hours turns out good. I will be patient, but I am very, very high expectation for that sourdough. Okay, chat. It's getting very late, and I need to prep and wash dishes, and God, I have a lot of things to do. I have to prep and get ready for tomorrow, so we are ready for our maiden voyage. It's going to be a long journey tomorrow. Since we're going all the way to Saitama, I'm pretty sure to cycle all the way back will take quite a bit of time as well, not just like doing the stuff and getting there. So we'll see how tomorrow goes, but I have some fun things planned. Hopefully we'll be able to do everything, but if not, that's also okay. I think it'll still be a very fun time taking out the e-bike for a good spin. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys in probably, my guess is in like 11 hours or 10 hours, something like that. 12 p.m. JST tomorrow for me. So it should be roughly about 11 hours for now. Something like that. I don't know if Shadow's setting up a raid for me. Hopefully he is, but is there a raid or no? Do I need to do it myself? Oh yeah, and I have to charge the. Oh, thanks for reminding me. I have to charge the bike battery. No raid yet? Oh shit. I think Shadog is playing Path of Exile. Oh, we're raiding? Okay. I was like, if there's no raid, that means Shadow's playing Path of Exile. Okay. Say hi to Kason for me. I hope you guys have fun. Go eat something yummy for dinner tonight, and I'll see you guys in a few hours, really. For Saitama, yay! Get your biking pants on. Protect the ball sacks, because we'll be on our bicycles for quite a long time. Is there a way to charge it? No, you just have to make sure you leave the home charge. There's no way of charging it halfway through like an e-car. No. All right. Take care, everyone. Bye. Helmet, huh? I saw the helmet comments, and I've been ignoring them purposely. I'll bring my helmet. I'm going to Saitama. Of course I'll bring my helmet. If it's Tokyo, I might be a little bit more inclined to, you know, be lazy and be naughty. But this is Saitama we're talking about, bro. I don't want to crack my head open in the middle of nowhere, not in Tokyo. They're going to be like, ew, you're from Tokyo? We don't treat people from Tokyo. What if they're like that? I don't want to risk that. Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Take care, everybody. Take care. I'll see you guys in like 10 hours or so. Oh, God. I still have to shower and shit. My sleep schedule. Good night. I was almost like good morning. Goodbye, everyone. I'm going to close the raid. I mean, close the stream. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. I shall see you